You should give them parachutes if you do that, though. Same for Valentine's Day and the silvery jewelry for your GF. She dumped you the day you gave it to her. Nice. 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 Yeah, then Walmart fired all of their employees and employed a lot of security guards and self-checkouts, so it's no longer possible. That's the crappy bit. It was very easy when they first implemented self-checkouts and there was just nobody there. You just walk up to self-checkouts and just like weigh the wrong thing, put the weight of the different thing into a different thing, punch in the wrong numbers, and pay like $6 for like $80 in groceries. It's good times. Anyway, now that I'm done admitting crimes, I'm gonna type this in. Twitch chat, if you want, you can say hi YouTube while I do this. We've given YouTube enough time to arrive. There's an individual in the YouTube that's being impatient, chat, so I'm going to obligatorily wait an extra minute. Pro tip: asking the streamer to do thing at time that streamer doesn't want to do thing is just a really good way of making me go. I think I'll just sit here for a minute. You know, just a minute, just another 30 seconds. It's totally fine. Hey, chat, if you gotta get your 2 cents in with the sound commands, now's the time to do it. Because that would require effort, Fracta. That would require effort. That's for everyone. Mostly that.
See how he bites off the shell to get at the nut?
Over here, he has a sword.
We are patient in Twitch chat. No, you guys you respect the fascination and the need for good conversation.
Otherwise is wrong.
You know, the first hour and a half of the stream is community building. You know, like yeah, of course, I could just start my stream with gameplay. I could do that, but I would be distracted. I would be sleepy. I wouldn't be fully awake yet. Like anybody in Twitch chat who was here right when I clicked the go live button, you guys will remember like how groggy I was. Like we're waking. I'm a slow waker upper, magupper. Thank you for that. All right. So now that I'm functional, I just have to say, YouTube, thanks for waiting. Thanks for being patient. Do me a huge favor though. Click that like button. There's 44 of you watching, which is fantastic. Thanks a lot to all of you who've tuned in. Please click the like button if you haven't yet. It's very, very, very helpful. What, being a slow waker upper, magupper, Fracta? The reason it takes me so long to get into my streams is because I always did this. I always took this long to get into my streams back in the day. But back in the day, what I would do is I would literally just open up the game I was going to play for that day and sit on the main menu for an hour, which, in my opinion, significantly worse than an hour of me playing music on a record player followed by 20 minutes of me sitting on the main menu waiting for the YouTube people to tune in. Because what I used to do is I would do about an hour at the record player and then just start playing. But now that I'm allowed to stream on both Twitch and YouTube, I want to give YouTube people a time to tune in, you know? Because, like, it takes about 20 minutes for people to realize a stream is live and then click. Takes a little bit. So. Okay, so. I can't remember if we have anybody who needs naming right now. What's up, Richard? Have I ever tried out Songs of Six? I streamed Songs of Six like a week ago. And I have about 200 hours on it, and there is a 45-minute long interview with the developer on my YouTube channel from about 2 years ago. The first version of it that I played was when it was free on itch.
Song of Cheese cheered. X100. Strike the earth.
So you know. Also, I hope that your stream was good last night, Dill. Your first fort was wiped out by a zombie Allosaurus? I don't even know what an Allosaurus is. I'm going to assume it's got something to do with aloe vera. Right here, this is the list of dwarfesses in the fortresses right now. And then I will explain this fort. Of course, actually, just because people in YouTube chat were asking a ton yesterday, I'm just going to pin this thing again. Boop. And we'll say embark info. Boop. No, but you can mod dinos into DF real. Dinosaurs are like... So for strategy games, dinosaurs are like 1-1 for platformers, you know, like the very first Mario level. Dun 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 dun. That like 1-1 is the first thing that anybody makes in a platformer with a level editor, right? Dinosaurs are the first thing that gets modded into any strategy game. One of the first. It's like, yeah. Anyway. So this is the list of named dwarves. This Arkansas. Then we have Sweet Feet, who was somebody who ran super fast into the fort after dodging around many a foe and very narrowly getting past a bunch of zombies, which is why he's upset, while watching his friend get ripped apart by said zombie. Elfie Bean, Indoradius. Then we have the Firstborn, Libash, and Moldath, and Potpourri, and Raging Cave. Salva, the founder, who is our expedition leader, as well as UGD, PY, Vuckruck, as well as Wizard Bold Man. Now, for people in the Twitch chat, yeah, we have that command that Deep Sea Fishing just typed in. Those are our three main characters. We're going to be trying to follow those main characters. Yes, Salva is less pissed now. We also named a zombie, this one. This is Gatekeeper. Gatekeeper is a legendary fighter, high master striker, and professional wrestler who's tough, strong, and recovers quickly, which is terrifying. Although his lower front teeth, her lower front teeth are gone, so there is that. And she was the one that Sweet Feet got past. Now, as far as the fort itself goes, up on the surface, apparently I have a caged zombie. I didn't actually know that. Apparently I have a caged zombie. Over by this door, we have this guy who's he's just chilling. You know, he's the main G. This one has fire. He's a great hairy ribbon worm with a knobby shell and a regal bearing. Its chocolate hair is long and shaggy. Beware its fire, which is terrifying. We also have this one, which we need to catch. This one isn't a zombie yet, leading me to believe that this area is relatively safe. This creature is a towering blob composed of mud. It has a round chill and a austere look about it. Beware its webs. I want to catch this thing because if I catch it, its webs can be repurposed to be sprayed onto traps. Those traps can then... anything that steps on those traps, regardless of if it's cage trap safe or cage trappable or not, trap avoid, that's the term I was looking for. Regardless of whether or not it's trap avoid, they will get caught in the traps, which I've learned recently-ish is a intended mechanic and not a bug, like many people thought for years. We still have several others, some which are dead and some which are not, like such as this one. This is the other angry snake. This one's a feathered earthworm, which is very weak, which also has webs, but this one's a zombie. Woo! And then lastly, I think it's this one. No, not that one. It's the top one, maybe? No. So it's the one below that one. It's the one I haven't clicked yet. This one. Nope. Of course, it's the last one I click. Obruck, this one. Yes. This one is the one that we initially presumed would be the strongest. Once again, also has webs. It's made out of fortification agate, which makes it quite strong because it's a relatively tough gem. And it was the one that I think killed another one of the... Yeah, it killed the mountain titan. So, you know, they've done all right, but they're pretty scary, even though they're kind of just ignoring each other right now. They're kind of at a stalemate. And as far as other creatures on the overworld, well, we've got a lot of abominable elk. I don't know what's going on over here and why it's on fire, but there's stuff burning over here. Okay. Anyway, so we've got these smoke elks over here and stuff's burning for some... I don't know how or why, but stuff's burning. As for the actual fort itself, We've got this airlock system, and I'm slowly building up ways in. This is going to take a bit. We're currently in late summer, so we're about to get traders, theoretically, assuming they can make it inside. But I need to build another airlock. Actually, I should probably just prep these. Okay, we'll queue up doors in a sec. But this is kind of the entranceway. We've got Vukruk down here over by our trade depot, if we can even get them in. And if we go down a little bit, we found this cavern layer, which we are working on sealing off. If we go a little further down, we've also got this cavern layer, and this is where we are living. We've had 3 migrant waves. Most of the second one made it in. I think all of the second one made it in. And nobody from the first one made it in. 1 from the third one made it in. We had traders. Some of them died, and they left. So the main challenge of this fort right now is just getting things into the fort. That is the main challenge. The map is very large. It's 8 by 8, but it's also very shallow. So if I go all the way down, it only goes down to layer 13, which means Magma Sea is what, like at layer 20? Yeah. Which is like kind of awesome, but you know, we are making steel. I brought a bunch of magnetite with. There is dolomite everywhere, which is a flux. So we've made steel and are making steel periodically. You know, we've got pig iron jobs here, and then make steel bars jobs as well. We got gems, which we're encrusting into things. We're cutting gems as well. And the goal for this fort is to follow dwarves as much as possible, develop stories so that I can edit things. Yes. Also, hello, Lord JJ and Frescoborn, as well as Vukruk. I don't think I said hi to you. Bruno Jack. Also, if you're watching the stream right now in either chat room, say hello, and I'll catch up. Because there's a lot of people I haven't said hi to today. If I haven't said hi to you yet. Also, Elfie Bean, and like Deep Sea Fishing, as well as Shadow Absorber, Wizard Birdman. Mice Nerd, hello. It's good to see you. Hope you guys are doing well. Salva as well. Potpourri. Jordan, hello. But yeah, let's play some dwarfs. It's Thursday. One piece of housekeeping that I'm going to toss out here before we really start playing is tomorrow the embargo for Norland lifts. Sir Thunder, Lanix, amongst junk. Hello. And John, Ghost Lord. Tomorrow the embargo for the game Norland drops. And when that drops, we're going to be playing that. So tomorrow we're actually not going to be playing Dwarf Fort. We're going to be playing Norland, which is a Hooded Horse published, kind of Rimworldy looking game that is takes a lot of ideas from like Crusader Kings, shall we say. So how's the founder doing? Oh yeah, also, the thing with the characters command is if you're watching in Twitch chat and you want me to follow a particular character, we can follow any of those founders that are named and see what they're up to. Currently, our founder is making a rock slab, probably because I got ghosts I need to memorialize. Wants to acquire an object and fight. Means we should probably get some sort of clothing industry up and running. Actually, do we have any cloth? Not a ton. I do have a little bit of pigtail cloth, but I could make some hats or something. Is blissful when sleeping in a very good bedroom. There is no metal on this map, but I embarked with some magnetite, because when you embark, you can select what you want to bring, right? I brought magnetite, so I could make iron, and then make steel. And it seems like, also, I should mention this. There's another zombie on the surface called the Strangler. The Strangler hasn't moved in ever. And is locked in eternal mortal combat with a weasel. And the only thing she's doing is strangling it. And the weasel also is a zombie. So the weasel can't die of no oxygen. Here, I'll show off Norland for a second. So she's just like eternally training wrestling. Also, it just pulled an update, apparently. Kerplork. This is Norland. I say it's Rimworld looking because, I mean, look at the duders. It's got that look to it. But like, it's not as creativity focused because the buildings are like prefabs. You just like plunk down a building and it does the building's function. But it's kind of a neat little game. I've played a demo of it before. It's kind of neat. Like no legs, floating hands, Rayman-ass looking thing. Lots of servants and slaves that you don't have direct control over. Could be fun. So we're gonna have to try this out. Also, I like Hooded Horse. They seem like a pretty damn solid little strategy games publisher. But yeah, I've played demos of this before, so I have streamed it. There's probably footage of me playing it somewhere. But yeah, more of a city builder kingdom management game than RimWorld is. Yeah, but it's less like... I don't know how to explain this. It's less edgy for the sake of edgy and more just like edgy because history. Does that make sense? But yeah, I mean, it'll be fun. I think it'll be fun. It'll be a fun afternoon, if nothing else. I have a email that can be found on my YouTube channel, yes. I also can't read your name because it's not in English, in characters that I understand. Why, if I can ask? I should really put a contact thing on my website, actually. That's something I should do. Just bought 250. Wow, that's a lot of camera. What camera? Worth of camera accessories. Are you working on something specific, or is this just something for yourself, Delacorp? I am in an ad break, so I'm kind of stalling until it's done. Bunch of dwarves up here listening to poetry. Strangulation and the magical manges is an example of the amethyst berry. Definitely, yeah. It has no particular subject. Really now? That's... sounds like a subject, but okay. And it is forceful and is somewhat self-indulgent. Overall, it's not awful, but not very good either. Huh. I've always wanted a nice DSLR. So never was able to catch the hype train yesterday, so please allow me to say thanks.
Cashmere
Well,
Zero
you also
appeared
missed the hype train
at
today.
1,000.
But thank you very much for the $10, dude. Should you spend $710 on stereo speakers? Do you have the budget? And what are they? Bose? If they are Bose, no. Do not buy Bose products. Bose products are cheap and bad. Are they good? And do you want them? And do you have the budget? I don't know. Oh yeah, that's a good brand, yeah. Okay, so let's unpause game, and we will follow the founder for a little bit, who is making rock slabs. And I'm also going to pop over to here real quick. And the reason I have all the jobs disabled currently is because, or a lot of the jobs disabled currently, it's because these dwarves need breaks, and because I've got so few dwarves, it's like actually, you know, getting these things done is a bit of a chore sometimes because things get done quite slowly. I mean, I can tell it's Chinese, but I just give up. I'd rather just say I can't read your name than offend somebody, if that makes any sense. So certainly spending a decent chunk of time getting around doing things. Why are you just standing in your office? Or in your bedroom? Do you want an office? Probably. I think I'm going to make my expedition leader an office right there. Maybe a dining room back here. Also, everybody has bedrooms as far as I can tell. Okay, the clother doesn't have a bedroom. We do need one additional bedroom, so I will plop a bedroom up in here. You know what? We'll do siltstone floors for this one. Start getting, like, some variance to this consistency. That sounds like my dad's camera, Delacour. I would love better cameras. I don't mind this GoPro. It's better than like the basic webcams you can get, but man. Currently, the biggest threats to our fortress's sanity is actually the frightened after reliving being haunted by a friend, although I noticed somebody just moved up to the higher level of happiness. And the main thing that's keeping us stable mentally is actually putting all of the dwarves into squads and teaching them to fight a little bit, which has been really good for our mental stability. I also really need to chop down some more wood, so we're going to do that in a moment. But over here, we're going to go plunk this down. Okay, we need a door too. Let's just jump over to here. And I'm going to unforbid one of those make door jobs, because I definitely have one. Right. Shit, I don't. Okay, well, let's just go down here and just go, oi, make me a door. Oi, make me a door. But currently the expedition leader is off to go engrave a memorial, and honestly, I consider that to be legitimate. And something that was requested by chat yesterday was to put a statue of a rooster in with the pet hen because she's lonely. And that doesn't look like a statue of a rooster, but apparently it's a statue of a rooster. And I'm going to, because I just said, make me a statue of a rooster. So they made a statue of a rooster. And then we're going to go back to following the founder, and we'll see what's on that statue, because it's certainly got more than just a rooster. So I don't think we're going to see any elves here, because the area that we are in is completely secluded from the rest of society and the world because of these large mountains, meaning the only faction in here are these goblins, and there are no elves back here. So I doubt that we'll see elves. I would be quite surprised if we saw elves. You bought a Werfendale. I don't even know what those are. I know very little about cameras. My dad knows a lot about cameras. He really likes his Nikons. Chat, fuck it. You guys are talking about cameras. Sean, tell for a second. This is one of two cameras.
See how he bites off the shell to get at the nut?
Actually, here's the other one. I have two cameras that I use these on trips and when I go outside, especially when I leave my phone at home. I have this very, very, very nice, expensive, high quality. Sorry, I can't. Canon. It's lovely. It takes 4K photos, and they're quite nice too. Like, it's great. And then for camping, I have this, which is waterproof.
Over
camping.
here, he has a sword.
Yeah, they're little pocket cameras. I took this one to the Formula 1 race and took most of my Formula 1 photos with this. So, it's a good time. This one was free. I got it from my aunt. This one was $80 at the thrift store. Came with a battery and charger. Extra battery, 2 batteries. And this one has a little dad vibes case with a belt strap. I feel like I should just make a photography room at this point on the Discord, but I'm glad it's helping, Zaki. In the YouTube chat. Apparently my stream is a good way to relax in the evening. Okay, so you just... I thought you were gonna go meditate, but no. Well, you don't need to meditate, supposedly. Just came over here to admire art or something. All right, so we're gonna plop down some more slabs. Because that's a memorial. And that's a memorial. All right, so let's get some trees chopped down, and then we'll continue working. So I have a question, chat. We have a military, very small. We have a fort, very small. What would you like to see me work on first? Pardon me. A library or a guild hall? While we watch these dwarves do their thing. We've also got UGDPY over here telling a story. He seems to be telling the story to Sweet Feet. The story that he's telling is a very, probably a great one, an absolute banger. The story of how Iteb steak natures became the exalted lip of the Cinnamon Creed. Leaning towards Guildhall? All right. Guildhall's gonna go up here. Trying to think. 2-layer up or 2-layer down? Actually, I got an idea. I'm gonna do this. Because I want to make this like a multi-level building. And then we'll continue the hallway this way. Except this can be lower priority than this. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to go into the center here. And I'm going to dig out a pillar. Maybe not quite like that. Let's go actually slightly bigger. That's the wrong button. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to put a statue on each one of these tiles. And then smooth around it, maybe. And then channel down after I smooth the walls. And then they'll walk down into this room. This is what I'm thinking. That's what I'm thinking. And probably what I'll do is wall this area off. And then make stairs up into it, potentially. Or make it, like, go all the way down to, like, 1 layer above, like, to right here. We'll see. After stream, you posted your camera? I'll just take a peek. I got it up. Kind of curious, anyway. Holy crap, everybody's adding me. That looks very similar to my dad's setup, except my dad's setup is all Nikon. Has Putnam figured out what's happening with this cursed-ass fortress? I presume that Putnam is dying of heat exhaustion because I haven't heard back from her. Oh, very much. Brand loyalty is a thing. Yeah. I feel like camera enthusiasts are some of the most brand loyal, like, enthusiasts I've ever seen. Vakrock's telling a story of how Cybrick the Founder became the expedition leader of the Fated Cradle. And of course, Cybrick the Founder is listening to that story. Because of course. I'm really curious to hear what Cybrick the Founder thinks of the story of them becoming this person. Because, like, that's just very self-indulgent in a way that I kind of respect. Also, we have another ghost. Raoul. Okay, so before that causes us problems. I don't think I actually have a slab that I could do right now. Let's see. Yeah, no. Okay, so we have to make a slab first. Oh, Cybrek doesn't get to hear the end of her own story. Says, huh, what was that? And then just immediately heads off to go make the slab. Yeah, fair enough, Fidelicor. 2 seconds, chat.
Whoa, oh, dude, yeah, fuck you, dude. That's fucking sick. Hell yeah. You fucking donkey.
Nani?
Turning up
My
my
needles
fan.
up, you fuck.
Heal, damn it.
This is my favorite
You know,
roguelike on the
I had to have this conversation with a devilish potato once, Deep Sea Fishing. It's totally fine for you to just spam commands. It's totally fine. But don't make them annoying. Okay, so you've made the slab for us. And now I can do that. Because where is the ghost? Okay, fortunately the ghost is above ground, sitting right next to her own body. It's quite sad, really. This was one of the ones that didn't make it in. She was trying to get into the fortress as part of one of the migrant waves and became a zombie after getting slapped by a zombie that was covered in zombie-making zombie goo. And then this dwarf became a zombie and then was killed by an elk shortly afterwards. It was kind of a horrific event, really, to witness. Meanwhile, Asteth is over here still telling stories, and maybe Asteth should become our tavern keeper. Actually, it's talking about how our queen of the year 98, Burr Netorb, became the queen of the Crypt of Beaches. I think that we are going to make this dwarf into a... Ooh, actually, hold on. Let me check something. You're cruel and anger prone. In terms of mastering a skill. I think that Asteth Sweetfeet might be a good long-term sheriff. So what I'm going to do, actually, is I'm going to make Asteth into a tavern keeper. And the reason I'm doing that is being a tavern keeper, like, if you look at the tavern keepers, right? Skilled Persuader, Flatterer, and all that, it actually tells you their speech skills, because what makes them a good tavern keeper is their speech skills, right? And the quality of their speech. So if I make this dwarf into a tavern keeper, it's going to start training their speech skills. And in order to be a good captain of the guard or interrogator, you need high speech skills. You know, YouTube chat is talking about how this fort is kind of the, like, survival of the fittest. And yeah, John, you're not far off. But what this fort kind of reminds me of is a less artificial version of that fort that some of you may have seen GIFs of way back when. There was a fort from ages ago. This was like, I don't know, 10 years ago probably now, where the creator of it had automated drawbridges that would occasionally go boing this way, right? And then meeting zones on the drawbridges. And what you had to do to get into the fort was you had to run to the drawbridges, stand on the drawbridge, and then make it into basically a hole-in-one in the middle of a tower. And if you survived the flight in, you could stay in the fort. If you didn't, you would go splat. And oh well. So it's kind of like that, but less artificial. Now, do I have a... chest? Yes, I do. Toss a chest into here. They're still telling that story. As another dwarf leaves. Typical. So who's engraving? Oh, actually, I need to go check that statue. So this was a statue of a chicken. Or of a rooster, rather. And the reason we made a statue of a rooster is because this hen, this chicken hen who arrived here as a chick, just a little baby, chat wanted me to make them a statue of a rooster so that they're less lonely. And this is a shale statue of a rooster. The item is a rendition of the sacrificial flag, an image of a rooster. The rooster is striking a triumphant pose. The image was commissioned by the Fitted Cradle, a local dwarven government. I don't know why the icon for it is a dude, but you know what? We'll take it. Over here, we need another bed. And probably a door. I can just imagine the grim signs of the approach of the fort, recommending running and an arrow. Yeah, I mean, I saw a comment on the video that I made about this map from a few made by somebody who actually I think it was the most upvoted comment. Let me just check. Well, I'll just see if I can read it verbatim. Okay, so this is the most upvoted comment on the video that I made about this biome, and it says, all of that actually sounds like something you'd hear in a legend, a sacred patch of land at the literal corner of the world where deadly freezing wind blows and giant ancient creatures are constantly fighting each other. And the first response is like, sounds like something from a FromSoft game. And then somebody's just like, Elden Ring, The Lonely Mountain, which I then looked up, which seems to be literally that. So, you know, it's pretty rad. this whole map. Okay, let's get this slab placed so we can get rid of that last ghost. So another thing that's interesting about these husks, these zombies that we're getting on the surface, is when they die, they become ghosts, the dwarven ones, which implies that they are not like normal zombies, because normal zombies, when they die, they don't become ghosts. Really? Except for the intelligent undead ones? So it's implying that they're keeping their souls, which is interesting. Elfie Bean is cutting gems and also has most of her needs satisfied. We need Necromancer. At some point, if I feel safe doing so, or I'm done, air quotes, with this fort, what I might do is bring that very strong Necromancer character to this fort and either reclaim it or wait until this fort falls and then bring that Necromancer character here. Because there also is a dwarf in this fort right now, I can't remember which one, I need to find him, who has relations with that Necromancer. Like, they're on friendly terms. Also, moods are rapidly increasing, which is good. Just mushroom, or actually, I would say wooden floors look really good. Draken Soul. Well, I mean, it might have just been a guy he saw in a bar once that had weirdly purple skin and didn't like the concept of dying. Okay, so Ghost has been dealt with. So in about 13 days, we will get our traders here. Okay, we're planting seeds because it's that time of year. And I say we start getting some of these jobs running again. Just some. Like making siltstone tables. We are going to need to see how our now Tavern Keeper does as well. I should also note that Salva is recovering from the absolutely horrific events of seeing a ghost once. Is doing a lot of gem cutting and various related things. We're going to encrust some finished goods with gems as well. Let's not polish stones. I don't know how many of them we have, but we'll do that as well. All of the dwarves are named right now, yeah. But I because of the like massive amounts of desire, I don't want to name them after people, but if you have an animal or a thing in the map that you would like to give a funny name to, tier 2s can do that. So that's why we have like a dwarf at the front entrance called the Gatekeeper and stuff like that. What I want to do is milk animal, make cheese, milk animal, make cheese, milk animal, make cheese. Shear animal, spin thread, repeat, repeat. We are milking our pigs. And it appears that he really likes performing, so that's good. Seems to like his job. Go make some cheese for us. Tips on any dog that shows up. Assuming they make it in. Okay, let's go check on that mining job. Okay. I think we're just gonna smooth this. And I'm gonna go to all of these floors, and I'm just gonna use closest material. So there's 4 spots here for statues. I'm thinking we make a statue of each of these titans. That's what I think we should do. I'm going to make them out of stone because I don't feel like it's worth making them out of iron. Stone statue. Wait, no, don't glaze them. Just make rock statue. That's what I need. I said stone, so my brain was going to stone. Okay, so specify stone. Make the first one out of siltstone. And it can be an image of Ming Kill. Roll this thing. The Oaken. This is the towering blob composed of mud. A pile of mud. Puddle of mud, if you will. Second one is going to be rock statue. One. This one is going to be made out of shale. Again, we're only going to make one of them. I think I already did that, but I did it twice. And the image is going to be ILETHIT HUP. There you are. Snarl sucked. Swamp Titan, the only one of its kind, a feathered earthworm. The third one is going to be a rock statue. Once again, only making one of them. And it's going to be made out of sandstone. And it's going to be an image of OBRUKSTEK. And then the final one, I only need to do this once. The final one is going to be a stone statue made of dolomite. And the image is going to be DIPANE INER. Whoop. I am. Sorry. It's a very low resolution image I'm looking at. Fortunately, there's only one, the mangy. Also, apparently was associated with muck and animals, for whatever that's worth. All right. Losing a dwarf is huge. I like forts that start small and get big slowly. But small forts just in and of themselves, I find them a little. They're fine for a bit, but they get slow. Like I've had a couple comments now where it's just like, to hell with migrants. Generational forts. It's like, I could see why you would like that, but I played a generational fort for multiple years, and I can say pretty safely that I got bored of it. So. Got items being stored in locations. In this case, it's dolomite mugs. It's UGDPY. He's doing okay, just wants to be with family. He's pretty much likes his job at this point, though. In theory, trading less helps manage migrants, but not really. There should be, but not really. You find that forts from this scale, 15 to 80, to be quite boring. Yeah, but I think that the challenge of this fort right now is getting people in. So getting people in is quite rewarding. So if we can get this fort to, like, 100, that'll be cool, right? If we could get this fort to 200, that would be incredible. Yeah, no, I mean, you can set the population cap, totally. I'm not gonna set any number as a goal because I don't know if we'll ever get another migrant wave, even. Bonesaw. Also, hello, it's good to see you. Horrified Bystander, what's up in YouTube chat? What do you think of dwarves from Warhammer Fantasy? I don't care about Warhammer Fantasy, is what I think about Warhammer Fantasy. Caravan has arrived. Where are they? Have they already left? The outpost liaison has arrived. Where's the screen? Okay, so you are in a pretty bad spot. Okay, so what I'm going to do... I do have a door back here. Well, I don't see any traders. They seem to have immediately left. And I'm assuming it's because this area is covered with smoke. Like right there, right? Like not on the very edge of the map. Well, there is some right there. So I presume that they're all dead. And for the expedition leader, I don't have one over here yet. I almost have one over here, but there's kind of this guy in the way. Okay, so I guess the outpost liaison left already. Got it. Well, I guess it's better that they leave than die. Well, that answers that question. Do I have orders to make doors? You have to make charcoal and pig iron bars jobs again. And the wooden cage jobs again. We'll go back to following dwarves. Your hand feels okay? Well, that's good. Alfie, glad your hand feels okay. No, my camera's not frozen. I was just sitting still. Elfie's hand is functional. Henhouse pinup. She's sitting there laying eggs, wishing. Yeah, I flip back and forth on whether or not I use population caps in Dwarf Fortress. I very much flip back and forth. Sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. Also, YouTube, thank you very much to the 64 of you tuned in right now. If you guys could do me a huge favor, click on the like button. But yeah, I don't follow Warhammer lore, kind of at all. I like the aesthetic of 40k. I think it looks cool, and I have played things like Space Marine, but I don't care about Warhammer, really. So, it's just, it's not something that really interested me ever. So that's kind of my thoughts. Oh shit, I got pig iron floors, gotta get rid of those. That's a waste. Yeah, I don't know. It's all just expensive nonsense with shitty companies running it, and it's never been my thing. Arkansas is over here making a rock weapon rack. I'm sure there's many things about it that are good. I don't care. You refuse to press the like button. Okay. Well, I'm glad that you don't want to, help. That's okay. You don't have to. No one's forcing you to do anything. Or, you could click it, take away the like, and click it again and put it back. Who was joking? Read the funny note? I mean, yeah, I did read the rest of it. This is why I finished reading the rest of it. Do I have a late game plan for this fortress? Nope. I never do. Nope, I never do. No, I was just halfway through the reading of it, and I respond as I read things. Current plan is don't die and get migrants. Ask me that. Like, I have ideas of things I could do, but I wouldn't call it a plan. I think calling it a plan is maybe overdoing it a bit. I'm not much of an El Plan person when I play games like this. I mean, like, in theory, we could try and invade the goblins in the area. I mean, most of the overworld is inaccessible from this area, so And also, you will never, ever, 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 ever see me do any kind of world conquest in this game unless it's a pocket world. And even then I probably won't, because I don't like doing world conquest. It's like, make your game boring. The mission. Like, that's just not fun, and I won't ever do that. I have no interest in doing that, and like asking me to do that is kind of redundant. That being said, like, could I start wars? Certainly. I could go after the goblins if we get successfully settled here. But first we have to get successfully settled, and that's a ways off. When am I sure about anything, though, Fidelicor? Thank you, Tony Meatballs. Healthy Bean here is storing stuff in stockpile. All the way up here is getting done. Let's check the statues. Siltstone. Shale. Working on it. I think right here. Big stairs down. I might go 2 layers down. I haven't decided yet. Although, let's actually just bump the priority on this one up. Why that? Bone. Saw. Still strangling the poor weasel. Bringing logs over. The amount of alcohol we have is dropping, but that's okay. And let's process plants, if I can. Yay. Get some more thread made. Maybe we can make everybody new shirts or something. Because I've got a couple dwarves that would like to be extravagant, but I'm not quite willing to let them be extravagant. Also, you right here, I don't actually need you hunting, so you can drop that quiver. Has the weasel been named yet? Nope. The one doing the strangling has, though. 'Tis the strangler. So carrying a tower cap cage to go load a cage trap. Apparently we were able to catch a singular zombie, so I need to figure out what to do with it. Maybe just drop it into lava or something. Not totally sure. Chain her up and... Ooh, actually, I could chain it up and use it as bait. Because I do have this dwarf, Reg, who is a caged metal crafter, this one. So I could use him as bait. Oh, something else I need to build. So I need to go along here. And I think I could use blocks, right? I have siltstone, don't I? Don't I? Nope, just one. Okay, fine. I'll just smooth the ground then. Goal, Alien Slayer. I should change it to Fort, though. Or, like, mirror it. Or give it multiple aliases. But that's something I never remembered to do. If one of the people who, like, has been looking at my stuff to give me feedback and whatnot wants to assist, you could go toss add alias as goal into that Discord chat. And just write add alias fort to goal command. Induradius, also in pretty good spirits. I would say most of these dwarves are in kind of decent spirits. The Tavern Keeper is the most upset. Keeps getting into arguments. I mean, he is anger prone. Excellent Tavern Keeper, though. Euphoric due to inebriation. Got into an argument. Well, he's a rambunctious drunk, if you will. Then this bridge is going to go all the way along to here, and I'm going to need to knock out that tile up top there. So this can get knocked out. And then what I'm going to do... I'm trying to figure out how I could do this safely. I could make it like a load and fire thing. Yeah, I think that's what I'll do. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to chain up a zombie right here. Chain up that zombie right here. Or alternatively, build that zombie's cage right here, then release them, then have another cage trap over here. Which I could open a door and let them run in that way. Because I'm going to need to build another line right here. Does tunnel need a ballista? No, it doesn't need a ballista. I want to cage trap the monsters, not kill them. We're trying to tame the titans. Once the titans are off the surface, then we can use things like ballistas. I don't think ballistas are very effective, though. So, I don't really consider them like a safe switch. See what Moldath the Lucky's up to. This dwarf is very happy. Very happy, although really wants to acquire something. Which makes me go, did I build a loom? I don't think I did. Yeah. So what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to plop a loom. Plop a loom over in here. Oh, let's actually plop it down there. Let's make it out of black cap so that it looks obvious that it's something different. We're still working on those cages. How many cages am I making? Can't be that many. So do I have a brew drink job? I don't. Okay. Let's follow Moldath, who's cutting gems mostly. Essentially, but the thing is, titans are trap avoid, right? You can't catch titans in cage traps unless the cage trap has webs on it. So if you have a titan, you can catch a titan with a cage trap if there's webs on it. So the goal here is to trap a web-spitting titan and then cage trap the rest of them using that one. That is the goal. Because that'll safeten up the map a little bit and also give me some fun, like, toys to play with. And then we can start worrying about clearing the zombies. It is completely... the Wrestle Strangler is legendary in every single combat-related skill that isn't weapons or armor. And somehow also has armor skill. Bar owners are often the crankiest fucks, so that makes sense. It kind of does. Well, I mean, the really angry tavern keeper that we have, well, not really angry, but the tavern keeper that we have, I kind of just want him to eventually become like my captain of the guard. So him being angry actually kind of checks out. I'm also gonna move my, well, let's move the livestock up here. Actually, oh no, I did build one of these. Duh. Okay, well I can open that up as well. Maybe get rid of the other one. Let's go here and pen pasture. My grazing, oh, nope, not you. The grazing livestock up here. And let's go back up to those beds and keep the chicken here. There we go. There we go. Not if they're locked in a box. But yeah, they'd kill us, totally. But not if they're locked in a box. And without, like, being rude to this game, the Dwarf Fortress is very easy right now. There was a pretty good post relatively recently on in the future of the fortress. It's in my most recent video, where somebody talks about how Dwarf Fortress flip-flops between being very difficult and being very easy. Right now, it's very easy. So catching Titans is trivial. But it's definitely been hard in the past. And we'll probably head back in that direction at some point. Some migrants have arrived. Okay, so I'm just trying to figure out where are we? Map too tiny. Okay, so we are all the way up here in the top corner of the map. So the first thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to check around this region and go, where the heck did that Titan go? I don't know where it went. But this is a relatively safe corner of the map. This dwarf here doesn't really have much history. It is snowing on them, and that's annoying. I don't see too much abominable smoke around here. All right.
Song of Cheese cheered. X100. The wave.
Can I get a round of beers for good luck for these dwarves? Because holy shit, we're gonna need it. Come on, dwarves. Let's see what we can do. Make the dash. Door is open. You can enter. We're up to 14 dwarves, still on the 14 population. So, I'm immediately seeing this great horned owl. Flying towards it and then flying away. We're up to 16. And they are moving. They're on kind of the safe-ish end of the map. One of them even brought a puppy. There's also a cavey. Ugh. Watching the general vicinity. The gatekeeper is coming. Is this the first one? Yep, the boyer is the first one. The gatekeeper is also a legendary in almost everything dwarf. I'm going to put everybody into the burrow. I think we have an opportunity to catch this dwarf. Because there are cage traps in here that are full. So, oh fuck, it turned around. Come on. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. No. What? What? Oh, okay. It just ran past it? Well, he didn't start fighting with it. Get inside. So the Strangler's still fighting. You run in. The Gatekeeper runs in. So does an eagle. Are you fighting with the eagle? No. There's another dwarf behind it, Atir. Just double checking. You're not a smoke zombie or nothing. Nope. Okay, so Boyer made it in. Atir is now an abominable smoke zombie. Did you get into combat? Oh, the eagle bites him in the upper leg. The dwarf says I must withdraw. and becomes a zombie. Goes down inside. Clearly wasn't too happy about becoming a zombie. And actually kills the eagle zombie in combat. Gonna pause for a second. Zon the peasant was found dead. We catch the most recent one. Odom, the hunter, has been found dead. They're fighting on the surface. Tourist was found dead. Are they all zombies now? Suxul is not yet a zombie. Is satisfied upon improving striking, but is no longer with us, alongside of the useless Cavey. So we're back down to 15. The kill count of the gatekeeper rises. The gatekeeper is now sitting at how many kills? We gained 1, yes. And I'm gonna stare at this and see if we can catch the gatekeeper. Tyr and Reg. Come on, get inside, gatekeeper. Yes! Okay. We've acquired the gatekeeper. And the Titan patrols the surface. Oopsies. I lost it. There it is. Sole survivor. All right, I'm just gonna let tier 2s elect. Why did I do that? Shouldn't have closed that. Oh well, there we go. I'll keep that menu open. That'll work. I'm just going to let the tier 2s select who gets it. We're just gonna make slab. We'll just make 10 of them. So the new migrant, Aiton, had no family. Hopefully wasn't related to any of those dwarves. Did see moral metal climax's dead body. And is going to go load new cage traps. Return the slab or suffer my curse. Certainly close to that, yeah. It's 14. Did what? Weren't we at 15? So, no, we were at 15, but before we were at 13, right? Like before the migrant wave? Okay. So somebody just wasn't witnessed dying then. That was 13 before. Okay, that's fine. For a second there, I thought I lost another one of my dwarves, or like something got in. Because if something gets in, this fort's done. it's gonna be done real quick, unless we can get extremely lucky. All right, let's reward these dwarves with an article of clothing. Who's the badass that dodged the gatekeeper? Moldath, it was says Sweet Feet. Dodged the gatekeeper. 14 is +1. Okay. Thanks for helping me with the math, chat. Excuse me. Okay, well, let's just go into here. Once we start getting these slabs done. First, I gotta do statues. You guys had me really worried for a second there. Okay. So our new addition to the fort, this Boyer, 60 years old, values stoicism, is a talented Boyer, which is good actually. We should probably make some crossbows. It's gonna be our better chance of fighting. How do I read my chat so quick? It's 175% size versus normal size of chat, and practice. I've been doing this for 10 years, so practice mostly. But it also depends on what you see, right? Like, my deficiencies is purely visual field, so what I do see is quite clear, but, like, I basically see out of a toilet paper tube, and sometimes there's, like, floating blind spots in front of it, so I don't even see that. But basically, I see, like, static and then toilet paper tube tunnel. We're dwarfing devilish potato, hey? Potentially. So, yes, we captured the gatekeeper. This is correct. So chat room, do you vote yes or no? It's not a woodcutter? Devilish doesn't want it because it's not a woodcutter. Devilish, would you like to pass it on to somebody else? Because we could do that. Just add somebody else and we'll move it on to them if you would like to do that. Yes, Bonesaw. Big Bang. So chat, Devilish Potato is renominating Big Bang for this dwarf. Do we say yes or no? Walla Walla Big Bang. There you go. All right, so this is now Big Bang. Let's learn a little bit about Big Bang. She dislikes receiving advice, preferring to keep her own counsel, is very rarely moved by curiosity, is bashful, likes to take it easy, and doesn't often experience cravings or urges. She does not go out of her way to help others and becomes very rigid when she's angry and needs alcohol to get through the working day and grumbles mildly at bad weather and won't grumble much at this weather because you will be dead. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. Personally is a firm believer in the value of tradition. Believes it is important to conceal emotions and refrain from complaining, and doesn't see the attainment of knowledge as important. And doesn't particularly value loyalty. She likes Realgar lead and pipe opal, bolts and crowns and coins, and giant groundhogs for their ability to burrow, and the sound of the aquamarine of glittering, and, when possible, prefers to consume banded knife fish and giant kangaroo cheese, sewer brew and spinach leaves, and absolutely hates purring maggots. And Big Bang, purely based on that. You also have poor empathy, by the way. I'm going to make a no uniform squad and put you the leader of it. The notorious B.I.G. And your job, or your squad, is going to be a Marksdorf squad. Which is going to use armor, headwear, legwear, handwear, whatever is available, really. Doesn't really matter. Shields or bucklers, doesn't matter. And crossbows. That's going to be your squad uniform, and we're just going to call it crossbow. And do that. But you're going to be off duty for a little bit. I just want to do it before I forget. And let's see what else we can find out about you. She likes Realgar lead and pipe opal, bolts, crowns, and coins, and giant groundhogs for their ability to burrow. And the sound of the aquamarine of glittering, and when possible prefers to consume bonded knife fish, giant kangaroo cheese, and sewer brew, and spinach leaves, and absolutely hates praying maggots. You are rather uneasy, but you're part of the denomination of mops. Second member of the denomination of mops that we've seen. You, of course, are the Silver Banners. If you would like me to rename your squad to something else, let me know. And she's incredibly skinny. Her hair is wavy. So yeah, if you'd like me to name your squad something else, let me know. Yeah, true. Crypt bang. Crypt bang all the way. Just do that before I forget. Then this upper layer needs to get sealed off. And go down here. And unpause these rock blocks jobs. I don't think bang is a word. So what I can call it is the... How about the big... bolts? The big bolts? Bolts of combustion? Combat combining. How about the bolt? Okay. How about the big sound? It's about as close as I can get. The big sound of combat, maybe. Big sound of combat? The big, I wonder if I could go with the big. Yeah, I could call it the big thunder. The big thunder of combat. Sound or thunder, chat? What do we think? But yeah, I think that we're going to need to use those zombies we've caught as archery practice and, like, traps, basically. I'm also very curious. Because of how unconventional their conversion has been, I'm wondering if they'll still take orders. Because it lists them as visitors. So I need to give one of them a lever and see if I can get it to pull the lever. Thunder feels more dwarf. Honestly, I think I would just call it the big thunder. I would leave off the of combat part. But if you guys want the big thunder of combat, we'll go with that. Okay, so let's... I don't really have any good spaces for things. This was just going to be a kitchen, and it's just becoming like a cluster of stuff. I think this is going to actually transform into my clothing workshop. And this, well, actually, let's do it prior to 2. This over here is going to start getting dug down. Except this will be priority 1. And this is going to be a weaponsmith's guild, I think. Okay, I think all of these dwarves are busy. Yep. Yes, they are. We're making rock slabs. And then I can go into here. Memorialize, slam and graves. Not memorialized. Not memorialized. So we got Suxul that. And then we're going to go down to you. Kugan. Do you have autumn? No. Memorialize this one. And then scroll down. Is there any extras? Zone. Okay. That should clear him. Top left corner of the pillar. Oh, Well, that's no biggie. Thank you. How many layers down should that room go? Do I have cheese? Yeah, we do. We got yak cheese and pig cheese. Milk animal, McCheese. Milk animal, McCheese. Milk animal, McCheese. That's the sort of thing that used to be so much faster on keyboard. Just just spamming 2 buttons. Yep, pig cheese and yak cheese. Come on, something. It's what we got. We're making do. And up here, because we're also making rock blocks again, I think. No, screw it. I'll just do this side with ooh, this is a good spot. Okay, I'm just gonna do this side with black cap because I want those gems, and I also like the shape of this area back here. I think right here I will put down 2 floor blocks, both black cap. We're gonna have to do this 2 levels, which isn't too hard. And then just this area over here in the corner. We'll also make it black cap. This area over here can be black cap. You can be black cap. Black cap. Black cap. And black cap. Wait. No, I don't need that area. That's leading into my fort. Running on automatic. Okay, so we'll put a door up there. Let's just check the perimeter. This area needs to be filled in some more. That's a lockable door. This needs to be topped. This area is fine. Okay, so this should leave us with a defendable position in the caverns, because it's just an inevitability the cavern creatures will eventually invade. What is your favorite kind of wood? Hardwood. If I'm allowed to select cavern mushrooms, I would actually say my favorite type or my favorite color of wood is probably goblin cap. Goblin cap or tunnel tube. I also like bloodthorn shit. Probably just all the mushrooms. Mourning wood? As long as you're not mourning the loss of somebody, because that would just be sad. Featherwood? For its weight? Like the usability of it? And the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to make a boyer. Which I'm going to make a spore tree. And I am going to queue up crossbow. Wooden crossbow. We're gonna make... Ooh. Do I go tunnel tube, tower cap, spore tree, or black cap for my crossbows, chat? I should also make wooden shields. Chat says black cap? Okay. Let's also make wooden shields. Those are crafts dwarf shops, right? Also make those out of black cap. I think it's these. The midnight bows? Ooh. Stick it in the midnight. Sounds dirty. You want to pray, Wizard Bold Man, but at least you're getting to make a memorial. It's an artistic endeavor at the very least, if nothing else. Also, Rolf, I don't think I've said hi to you, by the way. And mods, can I get a shout out for our dinosaur friend here, Delpho? Streaming Dwarf Fortress a bit recently. Has good taste in music. We've raided him a couple times. I realized the other day that I use work orders so much that sometimes I don't know what shop is required to make something. Yeah, I end up in that hole quite frequently as well. It's not bad. It's just kind of funny, I find. Let's do furniture. Crust furniture with cut gems. Sure, X10, that'll work. Yeah, we got plenty. We've got plenty. Bloodthorn or Nethercap? I think that some of my favorite procedural storytelling I ever saw in Dwarf Fortress, and this wasn't like something I saw from Legends either. One of my favorite things that I ever saw was, environmental storytelling. My favorite environmental story in Dwarf Fortress was, I was, playing the game, as you do, and I was digging down. This was in an older version of the game. And every now and again, I get these weird phantom notifications, full screen pop-up, thing in the cavern layer below has collapsed. I was like, what the hell's happening? And after playing in the fort for like 50 years or something, it was a pretty long-term fort, broke into the third cavern layer. And there was thousands of dead creatures. Like literally pages and pages and pages and pages. There was crundles, cave crawlers, jabberers, blood everywhere. Forgotten beasts, trolls, cave dragons. It was the first time I learned that cave dragons existed. It was just blood and corpses everywhere. And we just sealed off the top for a while. I just kind of stared at it like, what do? Hi, Stupid, it's good to see you. How you been, man? Armok feasted well in that cavern. You could say that again, yeah. Also, this thing I would like to also keep shale in it. But how you doing, Stupid? Hope you're doing well, man. Just putting that wood away, I think. Certainly is what we were doing. So this area down here is done. We're moving shale over. So now the question is this the bottom layer or do I push it down another layer? I'm also kind of amazed I didn't accidentally drop somebody into here based on how I was digging this. We very easily could have. What caused the carnage? I went back and looked at Legends, and it was Forgotten Beasts. Like, just taking turns killing each other, basically. Classic kaiju fight in the caverns. Oh, absolutely. See you with your kid? Yeah, Labash, the first baby. See how the first baby's doing. Probably gonna be permanently cave adapted. Just interested in watching performances, that's about it. Seen some plays. Vakruk over here just wants to be with friends. Doesn't have any friends, but does have her husband. Although I don't think that actually fills the need. Being around her husband. We checked the founder, damn right. Founder is trying to acquire still wants to acquire an object. But once we get this thing dug out, which I could probably increase the priority on, get her done sooner, we're gonna make a clothing shop, pause a bunch of jobs, and then get clothing going. Okay, yeah, okay, it's the carpenter shop that makes shields, which is fine. We got one migrant in. Oh, thank you, Dilfo. Appreciate you, man. For continuing that subscription. Struggling with work orders, you think? You just see, that's, I think an important thing that a lot of people forget, or intentionally or accidentally in this game, is that dwarves need time off. Like, maybe even more so than, well, not more so than humans, but dwarves need time off just like any other, you know, mentally existing creature. Very much dwarves need time off. If they don't get time off, they just kind of go nuts. So you're just hauling siltstone? That works. Still making those shields. You're making crossbows. Okay, well that won't do. Send Big. This is Big Bang's task because Big Bang is a talented warrior. I would like you. Oh, well, you're stuck. Just got one more of these, some more of these to get done. Then we're good. Although I'm actually going to ask them to run down here and just start filling this in. Just to give them something to do. There we go. Now they can leave. Let's watch Big Bang run out of here. And I realize I've done this a bunch of times today, but I'm expecting something, so I'll be right back.
NANI?!
Nothing. Jeez. It's a lot of sounds to use.
Cheese for everyone!
Yeah, there's supposed to be a guy who's supposed to show up at some point today and look at our trees, and so I keep peeking my head outside to see if he's out here. But I may have already missed him too. Just mostly curiosity more than anything. There you go. Now you're doing your job. Stop dwelling upon that and don't get into an argument. Also, you had a drink without a goblet, cup, or mug, so let's make some more rock mugs. We need more empty food storage items, so what I'm going to do actually is I'm going to go over to here and unforbid that. Make more barrels. Finished up some work that was satisfying, you have to say. We've had the shower, like the shower head replaced. I mean, that's always nice. So we have a dog now, meaning it would be wise to set up a guard dog. So I'm going to go over to here and build a little... Well, I mean, I don't actually need to build anything. I probably should build something, though. Ooh, let's do this. I'm just going to make stairs popping up a layer, because I'm going to need to do that anyway. I'm going to do black cap walls along the top here, and then I'm just going to pasture a dog up here. And this dog is going to be our guard dog. So it's going to keep an eye out for threats and things that we should be watching for. Because every fort needs a guard dog. This also needs a layer below as well. Let's go here. Make black cap walls. Or black cap floors. Go along there and fill that in. So we're encrusting... Oh, that's why they're not using the wheelbarrow. I was wondering about that. Potpourri here is encrusting my wheelbarrow with gems. Making a normal wheelbarrow go from being a normal wheelbarrow to being a slightly more expensive normal wheelbarrow. Maybe even significantly more expensive normal wheelbarrow. Especially if you see a red door, right, RX Go? There's a apartment building pretty close to me that's all of the doors are red. And whenever I go past it, I'm like, I see a red door, and I take a nap. I don't know where I don't know the rest of that, but that's as far as I make it usually. Also on Twitch, thanks very much for the 210 of you that have tuned in, and on the YouTube side of things, thank you for the 50 of you watching. Greatly appreciate it. Much appreciated. Indiridius is mining. Also, by the way, I don't think this is a new thing. No, these two have been lovers since the beginning, right? Talking with yeah, new friend. Okay, so you guys have been lovers for a while. Whole year, in fact, you've been together. I'm also gonna check up here, which they have in fact cleared up. I'm gonna fill this in with floor as well. I need 28 floor. Let's just do more tower cap. And then along here, more tower cap. And I probably need to furnish a bedroom. Nope, I just need to make the bedroom into said bedroom. This will be Big Bang's bedroom, right? Yep, Big Bang gets a bedroom. Down here is going to become an office, which is also going to be tower cap 4. And, or maybe I'll just use that as a bedroom, I don't know. And Asteth is encrusting a bucket. But yes, we did in fact capture the gatekeeper. We'll have to do something fun with it. Currently, they're all just sitting in cages, though. Do another thing of furniture. Oh, I'm nothing special, says the tavern keeper. Look at you. What are you, some kind of self-aware dwarf? I'm nothing special, he says. Satin of pantomiming is a thing he knows. He also knows My Friend Calls, which is a poem. Culmination ever wandered, and strangulation and the magical manges. Mange. The Wise Weep sounds like something from Caves of Cud. It's like, I feel like that would be a mushroom that, like, you can just talk to. What are we encrusting now? More amulets. I don't know why I haven't seen anybody claim an amulet. Which is kind of funny. Because Psycho just typed in blog, something I should mention. If you want to get a weekly roundup of all of the content that I've made, with the possibility of potentially paying for extra stuff from behind the scenes, you can do that via my blog. My blog is it's a newsletter that shows up in your inbox once a week. You can stay on the free tier, which is the weekly newsletter, and then after that, I do a monthly newsletter, which is for paying subscribers currently, and I'm going to be slowly rolling out other features as I work them into the website as time goes on. If that's something that you're interested in supporting and helping out, you can do that by clicking on that link. I also have a merch store and a Discord if you want to buy a sticker or some nonsense. Statue of the Gatekeeper should be erected. We'll have to do something with that. I'll just make one. Rock statue. Just one. Maybe two. Specify stone. Let's make 2 sandstone ones. Image, historical figure, gate, keeper. Dagger, Rage the Eerie. Although, I'll be honest with you, chat, if we get another zombie like that, we should name it the Keymaster. Especially if it's a boy zombie. Then we just sit back and wait until we get attacked by the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. You still want to be extravagant, although they have dealt with their need to fulfill tradition, which is good. You know what? Let's just fill this in. Do it that way. Still got decent booze. Let's go up to tasks. And let those statues get made. I will pause the cut gems job. We'll keep the encrust jobs going. Finish making those mugs. Quit making pig iron because I think I need more charcoal. It spreads through bites. Got it. So fully armored dwarves should be slightly safer than unarmored. Are you just like running, like, so a question, Vakrak, are you just like running around in a town right now playing as an adventure group that are all these zombies just biting everybody? Just walk up to a random person, chomp! Just running around starting the actual zombie apocalypse-y. Just role-playing Shaun of the Dead. It's Saturday! It's 3 in the fucking morning! Great movie. So I'm kind of terrified of a very specific number of dwarves, chat. Do you know what that number is? 20. You want to know why I'm terrified of that number of dwarves? Kind of a pop quiz. Okay, cloth right there. Yeah, so that 20 dwarves is when you get forgotten beasts. So that is terrifying to me. So what we need to do is we need to finish up a bunch of jobs. Finish sealing up this fortress and get all of that done before we end up in a position where I would need to do anything else. Lot of stockpiles. It's probably all just cloth, right? Nope, it's mostly wood, actually. So, what's an extra article of clothing we should make? Because a lot of these dwarves want to acquire something. We got 14. We could do a cap, cloak, coat, loincloth, something they don't already have. Robe. Skirt. Well, some of them have skirts already. Dwarves don't make togas. That's a human craft. If you have togas available as something to make, I'm pretty sure you've modded your game. Some type of headwear. We did hoods last time. We could do caps. Occasionally you have togas. That means there's a lot of human culture in your faction. Capes are also not a dwarven function by default. Cloaks are caps. There you go. Let's do caps. Just like Edna would say, no capes. No capes. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to pause all of the jobs and just get them working on this, basically. Gazer beam, Dynagut. Tunics are your favorite? I'm never sad about high boots because low boots and high boots are negligible differences. So UGDPY and Big Bang are the two that have volunteered to be our clothers. You also want to acquire an object. You want to admire an object. Let's see if you immediately claim it when you finish making it. Yep. Well, we claimed not the one that you made, but you claimed the one that Big Bang made. And then there's one right here is being claimed by somebody probably. Let's see who grabs it. Oh, Indiridius has already claimed it. There you go. And Indiridius doesn't need to acquire an object just yet as a need, massive need, but claims it. This one down here. Seems that Vukruk is making one. I'm in an ad break right now, but you're not missing much. Pigtail Cap. Who's going to claim this one? Oh, game saves. Perfect timing, I say. Well, it's because they're not listed as hostile or undead, right? They're listed as opposed to life.
Hi there.
Which I think
face.
means they're ghouls or something. Excuse me. Folk, thank you very much for the 9th month. Welcome back with Prime, dude. Don't forget to check your Primes, chat. They do go a long way and help keep the channel funded. And thanks for the likes, YouTube. That's going all right, V, by the way. I realize I'm about 10 minutes behind on the YouTube chat, but it's going all right. Hope your day's going well. Yeah, I'm very confused by this short that I uploaded this morning. Because it's sitting at 180 views right now, which YouTube says is 480 less than usual. I uploaded at the normal time, did all the normal things I do, except instead of it like, you know, getting a couple views in the first few hours and then slowly ticking upwards, it's got 180 in the first 4, which is like nothing. It's kind of crazy, actually. Anyway. YouTube's like, oh no, he's figuring it out. Stop him. Azteth's Sweet Feet is coming to get this one. You also need to acquire an object. This will fill that need. Need sorted. Nobody wants this one. It's too plain, maybe? Nobody wants that one either. He's also praying, finally, which is something he needs to do pretty consistently. Salva wants more martial training. Song of Chess, thank you very much for checking out a gift. Kind of wish you could gift your Prime. Go check it at my bots account? I don't know, man. Also, Lord JJ, we'll see you when we see you, dude. Thanks for being the YouTube mod. It's interesting. You can immediately tell like which dwarves need to acquire objects soon and which ones don't. When you start making clothes. So we're certainly clearing that job pretty quick. Let's see, is there anything else that I need to memorialize? No slabs engraved. No slabs engraved. Okay, and then I'm gonna pop up here. Fancy one. Fancy one, or not so fancy one. And there we go. Got those 3 up there. Hoods look better on dwarfs? I like to change it up. Sometimes we do hoods, sometimes we do caps. I'm not really partial to either. I think they both look nice. This dwarf is kind of upset, but at least they're, you know, becoming a novice clother, learning some skills. teaching themselves clothing. Yeah, I think they just look different. Depends on whether or not you want your dwarves to look like cultists or like, you know, workers. Your afternoon of gaming, what's on the docket for the day, Creed? Wizard Bold Man, still frightened after being hunted by the dead, wants family and friends. This is the one who is on friendly terms with my vampire, or not with my necromancer. You don't see the short in your sub feed? Well, I haven't been putting shorts in sub feeds for a while. There's a little tick box where it's like, don't send this to my subscribers. I haven't been doing that because that makes them perform better, generally. But not this one, apparently. So I don't know. It's very strange. It's very strange. Yeah, it's got all of like the normal featuring stuff, but it isn't doing what it normally does, which is weird. Although it does have a 300% average view rate, which should be good. Maybe YouTube will promote it tomorrow. Also, I didn't upload a short yesterday, so just the video from yesterday. Reciting poetry. The drenched skirt and leprosy is an example of the satin queens. So performing the drenched skirt and leprosy. Got a few dwarves socializing, which is good. They need to take a break. I'm also going to go down here. And prepare a few meals. Also, what's the frequency of this? It's a one-time order. Let's do that monthly. And also, I need to go to the kitchen menu real quick. Please don't cook my drinks. Thank you. Salva is slowly getting less upset. We got a dwarf meditating on labor. We got some meals getting made. We got a decent number of drinks. All right, let's go finish up this sucker, I think. Mech Warrior Online. You know that game's developed in Vancouver. It's another Vancouver game. Oh, shit. Forest Titan is fighting with something. With what? Smoke Zombie, the Elk Smoke Zombie kicks the Force Titan in the lower body, but the so okay, we have another infinite strangling. Although he is actually like doing damage to it. He's just sitting there strangling an elk zombie. But it's just tearing its hair. That's all it's really doing. Yep. It's just tearing its hair. Are there other non-armored headwear units, pieces out there from elves and humans? Yeah, and if your faction has a very large portion of that kind of population, then you can make them in your faction at times. Although I don't think it's possible to manufacture that after World Gen is done. Pretty sure that's just a thing that you can do if you had the World Gen for it. I'm also gonna cut these blocks out here to get those gems. Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen berets, but but I have seen togas being makeable, but they are a human thing. I should also swap from using boulders for walls to using blocks. I just don't really want to make blocks because it takes so long. Let's just make 50 blocks over here. What are we doing? Slowly increasing the population one dwarf at a time. Although I haven't managed to trade yet. So I'm starting to get a little worried, but we'll see. So this is a sandstone statue of Gatekeeper, which is encrusted with gems. Does anybody here have preference of where we should put that statue right now? Because I don't really have a gate, per se, currently. And the airlock in the tavern. I think we'll put it in the tavern so dwarves can see what they made it past. Also because the tavern needs a statue. I did make 2, so. Sweet. Big Bang is praying to Apple Clock. And Tavern Keeper is just meditating. For the Cinnamon Creed, but, you know, is feeling wonder. How's your speech skills doing? Competent poet, apparently. But pretty bad at persuading and negotiating his novice. But, you know, maybe he'll get better. Let's follow the founder a little bit. He's actually making us rock blocks. You just hopped in, so you went with that chaotic location? Yep. We've been here for 2 years now, and as you can see by our very low population, most of the migrant waves die. It was a bit tedious to get underground. Once we get underground, we're okay, but it's slow growth, but we're working on it. Where Titan? Up on the... Oh, the Titans are all on the surface. 2 of 4 of them are undead. 1 of them died. So there was 5. 1 died. The 2 are undead. 2 are still alive. Today's video was fire. It was pretty good, yeah. They're not were Titans, no. Also, Titans, I don't think, can become were creatures. Even when bit. Okay, well, we're making shale blocks, which is what I needed. Pretty sure that that's a curse that only dwarves can fall for. It's not smoke or mist. It is rain. Just because they're called smoke zombies has absolutely nothing to do with the material that turned them into said zombies. They are zombies. They are like anything else. What have I used them for? Nothing. I've got a couple of them in cages, though. We're taking this one step at a time because I'm being very cautious to not lose dwarves and protecting the ones I have right now. I personally feel is a bigger matter of importance than worrying about the things on the surface. Basically, like, if you get rained on, where there's absolutely no indication of where it's raining, you become them. So it's like walking across the surface is like gambling. And if you get bit by a zombie, you also become one. Things that die and turn into zombies. Now that's scary. Well, here's the thing. You don't die to turn into a zombie. You just walk onto the surface and get rained on. And then boom, sudden surprise. Zombie. So like the founder wants to fight and learn something and wants martial training. He's currently talking with acquaintance and didn't feel anything. Okay, so this area down here done. Are they done making blocks already? Make rock blocks. Okay, somebody else is working on them. So I'm pretty sure, yeah. I'm going to go here and just make 40 charcoal. So I want to make more steel, but in order to make steel, need charcoal. I would actually say that at the very least, the flesh melting ichor just kills the dwarves, right? This makes them significantly more dangerous to me. Shanira, thank you very much for the 8th month and welcome back. You're listening to poetry. I don't know who is telling the poetry, but this guy's just constantly getting into arguments with people. Huh. Well, I mean, he is deliberately cruel to those unfortunate enough to be subject to his sadism. So I guess that's got something to do with it. Potpourri wants to be extravagant, but at least they've, like, dealt with their traditions. Also, how does one properly set up a magma forge? There's a hole to magma right here, channeled down. Magma right beneath. Forge. It is pretty simple. We're gonna go start making pig iron bars until they complete her. Potpourri is putting logs away. Cloth has been made. Yeah, the lava has to be above 4 of 7 deep. Yeah, it has to be on the perimeter of the forge, not the center. Some strange things going on in the YouTube chat. Surreal Horror says, "What the hell is this?" And someone says, "Dwarf Fortress." And they say, wrong. It's Dwarf Fortress Steam Edition. Okay, very funny. And they say, "Oh, facts. Only game I actually bought after wishlisting it," followed by, "You're just being pedantic." And I agree. You are being pedantic. Okay, so I'm actually going to cut into here. No! I'm just gonna seal this off here for right now. And yes, I agree. Devilish. I agree. Also, Twitch chat. Can I get a round of beers, a proper round of beers? For the 11 months of subscriptions from Shinra. Only 2 of you posted beers. It's very simple. Just type in the word beer, or the beer emote, or that I have in my chat, or the burr emote, which is my follower emote, or the beer emoji. Several different words also different. Also, the beer word in different languages works in some cases. I can't work. Word. Subjective is time, yes. Oh, God. So, real life talk for a second here. My grandmother died last year, right? And my aunt, who never moved out, just inherited the house and like lived upstairs from my Oma, as we called her, for her entire life. When my Oma died, just started this group email of sending out emails of sad memories and thoughts and things about my grandmother. And I eventually sent her a text and said, please stop sending me these emails. They're fucking me up mentally. She just sent an email about visiting my Oma's spot where we scattered her ashes. With a bunch of photos and a big wall of text. I'm just like, and it's in the same emails group. I'm like, why are you still doing this? I get it's cathartic for you, but Jesus fuck, woman. Stop it. Like, some of us just want to move on. Also, thanks for the new subscriptions, by the way, to the blog. Cheers, guys. And no, Google, I don't want to try Gemini's free trial. Fuck off. Sorry, I was checking my email. How dare I? Yeah, exactly. It's like ridiculous. Well, I'm going to see her on Saturday, so I will ask her to not do that. What's everybody up to currently? Still got the encrusting jobs going. What are we encrusting? Slabs. We've got large pyrites. We've got beds. More wheelbarrows. Purple Izumi, thanks for the 12th month. Welcome back. You work solo when you're not 100 on what you're doing? You work solo when you're not 100 on what you're doing? What? Successfully rewired shit in the kitchen without making blue light or having stuff smell. Well, that's good. Yeah, I understand the need of not working with other people. It's not always something you have the luxury of being able to do, though. Okay. I kind of want to get that squad training, but there's too many tasks that need doing. Get that squad training once this is done. Let's check the block count. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to make this meeting zone tiny. And this meeting zone is going to be a guild hall. And I'm going to make it into a weaponsmith's guild. It's going to be for citizens only. And I'm going to go into here. And I'm going to pause literally every job. Doesn't matter what it is. Just going to pause all of them. So ideally, nobody should really be doing a job except for storing stuff in stockpiles. Once the stockpiles are full, they should all just go learn some metalsmithing or hang out in the tavern for a bit. Got a dwarf telling a story. They really like retelling the story of Cybrek the Founder. It's like these dwarves very heavily look up to the founder Cybrek. This is what I'm starting to discover. So think of Dwarf Fortress kind of like a god game. If you ever played one of those games, Aristotle. And it's a game where you don't get direct control, really. You can kind of tell your soldiers where to position approximately, but you still don't have direct control. Unless you're playing adventure mode, where you have direct control over either a singular character or a small party of characters. But in Fortress mode, which is the most popular mode in Dwarf Fortress, you do not have any direct control over the dwarves, which is part of the appeal in a way. It kind of showcases their varied personality and the simulation capabilities of the game itself. Which I really like, and it's one of the reasons I enjoy Dwarf Fortress so much, because it's an opportunity to kind of just marvel at the game's simulation complexities. Why do I have amulets in my tavern? So items have a... ghost. Items have a higher chance of being claimed if they are put into a stockpile. So I put a stockpile somewhere so that dwarves go claim it. If I really want dwarves to claim items, what I'll do is I'll make a minecart route that takes an item out of a stockpile and puts it into a different location so they can then go put it back in the stockpile. Is also something that I'll do. Because then the items are more likely to get claimed by dwarves. And that is good for moods, especially for dwarves that aren't greedy and don't think that they need as much stuff. It's like, well, you're running around with like no clothes because you haven't claimed any, so I'm just gonna force you to. It's that kind of thing. But that's a very basic one. It's just a stockpile. So that should get done pretty quick. I'm going to get this squad training. We've got that ghost gone bye-bye. Got a wrestler with Moldath the Lucky and Salva. You know, I may actually just do this again. Basically, everybody but Big Bang. Just give them all some training. Is what we're going to do. Some of the dwarves love training, some of them hate it. But it's a pretty common need, and if you can satisfy that need, that makes the dwarves happier overall. Even if they don't want to actually be in combat at any point. I'm looking for a colony sim type game for similar to First Feudal. I never played First Feudal. I heard bad things about it when it went into early access, and then to my understanding, it kind of got abandoned, so. But then you can deconstruct, and you're a singular character in the game, and can combine and forage and fight, etc. as well. Yeah, all in a single game mode, but First Feudal is older. No. No, it's not. Dwarf Fortress is older than First Feudal, if that's what you're saying, but. Yeah, they did. I heard that it got abandoned and was pretty thin. Like, I remember seeing it pop up and going, oh, that looks neat. Like, it has some neat ideas. But yeah, I mean, in Dwarf Fortress, what you can do is you can go and swap to adventure mode, but it requires you to, like, save and exit and go into a different game mode. Yeah, no, I was just reading that as, like, you're comparing it to the age of Dwarf Fortress, because I get that kind of a lot now with Dwarf Fortress having a relatively recent release date on Steam. So, some people do think that it's a more recent release, even though it's not. But, yeah, I mean, if you're looking for something that's similar to that, Dwarf Fortress might scratch that itch, but just remember that Dwarf Fortress is a very... Like, Dwarf Fortress is more focused on the overworld simulation than the gameplay in a lot of cases. So there will be places where, like, you'll go, man, this could be so much better if, but it's usually that way because the development of a game where you are developing an engine as quickly as you are developing the game takes a while, right? So the development of Dwarf Fortress can be slow in a lot of places, but if you're looking for a game that has a very, very, very large amount of depth, like if you enjoy poking into and exploring systems, like gameplay systems, this might be a very good one for you. Darkadius. Yes, I am live. I start my stream up on Twitch at 7 a.m. Or not 7, 9 a.m. I wake up at 7. I start my stream at 9 a.m. Pacific, and I stream usually for like 8 to 10 hours. We'll be live again tomorrow, although I won't be playing Dwarf Fort tomorrow. We'll be playing a game called Norland tomorrow, which is a new colony sim which ain't out yet. But hopefully you enjoyed the previous one. Bunch of reindeer elks are fighting. Norland looks interesting. Norland looks kind of okay. I have some mixed feelings on it. But we'll see. We'll see. Another pretty good game that doesn't get talked about a lot in kind of the colony sim space is Clanfolk, which is actually made by a local developer to me. He, as far as I know, he went to high school with somebody I knew. I didn't go to that school, but the developer of that game is the people who made Space Pirates and Zombies, believe it or not. And Clanfolk is another interesting colony. If you want something that's like Dwarf Fortress, but has depth, but plays more like RimWorld, Clanfolk isn't a bad option as well, because it has a lot more depth in the, you need tools to make this thing. You need to collect seeds to do that thing. It has very complicated family trees and is trying to do more under the hood stuff than RimWorld does, because RimWorld is mostly just like a strategy game kind of thing, less of a like enjoyable colony builder. Like if you're trying to like build families and storylines, RimWorld isn't as good as it claims to be. RimWorld is very good if you like min-maxing strategy though. You just finished your last meeting. There you go. When will we be Path of Acra again? When I have the itch. The thing is, Path of Acra is a game that a lot of people tend to tune out on when I stream it. Doesn't make it a bad game. I really, really like Path of Acra. I think it's fantastic. It's one of my favorite games. But it's a game that I have to do sparingly because from a streamer perspective, it's a little bit difficult for me to stream. Partially because I think I'm bad at communicating what's going on stream, which doesn't help. But I do love that game. But whenever I feel like it. I've just been pretty deep in the I need to focus on keeping my YouTube channel alive mode. And whenever I'm in that, I just kind of get very single focus. Basically, when I have an hour and a half and I want to play some Path of Acra. The thing that I'm very much looking forward to right now for Path of Acra is actually the follow-up game to Path of Acra. I've seen some things, Jed. Looking forward to that. I've never thought in my life, thinking is for smarts. I am as dumbs. Agreed. Never thought about making tunnels to some of the corners and edges of the map. That's literally something I've already done. But currently I'm thinking about keeping my dwarves sane, so. Sane and alive. Speaking of, let's get the other two dwarves in here. Just get everybody training until Booze hits like 50. I mean, I will recommend Dwarf Fortress from here to hell and back to everybody because genuinely, if you're interested in colony builders or a fantasy world simulation, it is literally the best on the market. But I think it can turn some people off or scare them away due to the fact that it's unconventional in a lot of ways. And it's sort of like, you know, you're expecting Honey Nut Cheerios, but in reality, you get Raisin Bran. You know, like maybe you're not expecting raisins and maybe you don't like raisins, and that's okay if you don't like raisins. But some of us really like raisins and keeping regular with all of that good bran flakes. That was a very weird analogy, but yeah, it can, but I maintain this is definitely the best on the market when it comes to colony sims. It is literally the best one. There is nothing better than Dwarf Fortress if all you want is raw simulation and complexity, which doesn't necessarily equal gameplay complexity. Yeah. I think the biggest issue I take with RimWorld marketing itself as like Dwarf Fortress or inspired by Dwarf Fortress is it's very predictable, like painfully predictable, which is why I've got super bored of it, right? And people will always recommend it to me and be like, you should play more RimWorld, it's popular. It's like, well, I think my time is better served making less money and playing a game that I find interesting and enjoyable than making more money and playing a game I don't enjoy. Excuse me. I think for me, the two things that Dwarf Fortress really, really needs to make it more appealing to people that have wider tastes, I guess, or want more things, is you need to be able to get into Legends mode with a button press, even if there's a loading screen. And you need to be able to get into adventure mode more seamlessly without losing progress and stuff in Fortress mode. That's really what it needs. which is a long-term plan and will hopefully happen at some point. Or at the very least, like, picking up the variety in loading and save files and stuff. You go to bed early. I lurk all day playing video games with your homies and did not notice tunnels be... That's fine. That's fine. I do need to expand upon them, though. They're not very effective or efficient right now, but the dwarves in the fort are the priority currently. Hello, Tom. In the YouTube chat. Did I ever try out the demo for Lords and Valiants? I played Lords and Valiants. It was okay. I played the early access version and then kind of bounced off it for a couple of reasons. It was all right. And then when it came out of early access, I played it for about 4 hours on the weekend and went, yeah, nah. It's doing some interesting things. I think its family tree stuff is interesting, but it's not doing enough for me. You missed the Legends Viewer app? It sort of works, just not to the full extent. And the thing that you need to remember about the Legends browser app is... You mean Bannerlord or Manorlord? Because yes to both. The thing about the Legends Viewer app is... And I feel so fucking bad for Tarn these days, because every single future of the fortress, he just gets this question a dozen times, which is when are we going to get the XML exports fully re-implemented into Legends? And Tarn's response always is, when adventure mode is out of beta. And you'll get that stuff. It'll come back. It'll fully function again. I promise you. I can't tell you when, but it will. Something I would really like to do, actually, is I would like to get a fork of it that I could run in a web browser so that I can give you guys links to my Legends viewer while it's playing and streaming via my website, because I think that would be rad. That'd be awesome. Just saying. That's something I really want to do. Apparently, I qualify for the invite-only referral program, which gives me a 30% share of the subscription revenue every single month. That's actually kind of interesting. I should tell my friends about this. See how the dueling is going. Or training, I suppose. You want to fight and acquire objects, fight. Literally all of these dwarves want to fight, which I think is really interesting. You know, because every single one of these dwarves has a need to fight, I would assume shooting bolts at something behind a wall would satisfy that need, right? I think I need to get one of those zombies into a firing range. Well, I want to do it at a safe distance so that they don't, like, you know, die. So we have to do it at a safe distance, but... Yeah, I've played about 40 hours of Manor Lords right now. Game needs more content, and every time last 2 times I've played, I've run into some relatively game-breaking bugs. Which, while not bad, it's just, you know, something that takes time. So I'm just kind of waiting for patches on that one. But yeah, I'll play more of it. Actually, I last played it, not last Friday, but the Friday before. Manor Lords is not fun for you? That's unfortunate. I really like it. I like the structure. I like the idea of what that game is going to be. But it's got a ways to go, I think. No, because that's not a ghost. When the zombies die, they become ghosts. I'm gonna add a burrow here. It's gonna be this zone. This is really hard to see. This zone. And this zone. And this zone. This is going to be called break time. We'll turn that one on and leave the other one off. Yeah, it's strictly ghost related, yes. So we're going to give these dwarves a forced break. Well, everybody but can remove these two. Remove you. 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 And remove you. We're still doing individual combat, which is fine. How is your Strangler doing? In a cage. Wait, oh, Strangler. No, that's the Strangler, not the Gatekeeper. Still strangling. Although it's now denting the upper spine's nervous tissue. So maybe it'll paralyze it at some point. What equipment are you picking up? Oh, hey, actually need clothing soon. I'm actually curious as to where they prioritize going. Azteth is reciting poetry. We've got two up here meditating, which is good because you really need to meditate. And there's one down here who's socializing by himself. So Cybrek socializing by himself, which is unfortunate. Cited the birth of buzzards at the I recited the birth of buzzards at the Creative Pumpkin. It is satisfying. So I think we'll leave them in this zone until spring, and then we will release the dwarfs and let them go wherever. I'm also going to check my cloth. Sheep wool, 10 pigtail. I'm going to do yarn bag. We'll do 5. I'm going to jump down to you. Salva's doing okay. Take them off of training here. And put them to off-duty. I guess they're going to go get their hats again. Just discarded it? Wait, what? I'm just imagining a computer ejecting a graphics card. It's kind of a funny mental image. Basically. Why do you have to feel perverted to play NetHack? What? I think Dwarf Fortress has a comparable modding community to RimWorld, Elfie, in YouTube chat, and the discussion the YouTube chat's having about mods. The difference is Dwarf Fortress isn't moddable in the way that RimWorld is. Like, RimWorld runs in Unity, so you can just, like, brute force shit into it that you really can't do with Dwarf Fort. So I think a lot of people kind of undervalue the modability of Dwarf Fortress purely because of the fact that they pre-presume that it would be as moddable as RimWorld is, but it's just not the case. It's just not the case. And the only reason it's not as moddable as RimWorld is because you have to teach the game what UI is in order to make UI, and that's not moddable by default. So when they're done praying here, they're all going to go elsewhere. Just discussing, remembering, learning about dodging. That's good. How are you doing? I'm doing all right. Caleb, yourself? Well, here's the thing. In Dwarf Fortress, you could absolutely mod in a faction that's a bunch of pacifist robots. In fact, there are pacifist factions that have already been modded in. There's also, like, there's variants of every single other faction that you could throw in very easily. And that all exists. If you want, like, perverted cat girls mods, well, there's stuff that's like that. I don't know about cat girls specifically, but what the fuck's wrong with you? And, like, I don't know. The day that people stop comparing RimWorld and Dwarf Fortress will be a beautiful day. Because it's stupidly redundant. I do use bins. You just don't pay much attention. Nickname in YouTube chat. I use them for specific things. You made a cat girl mod? Alright, well, enjoy your life. I was gonna, you know, nerd. There you go. It's like a rite of passage. Anime faces and cat girl mods are two things that get modded into every game. Everybody's in the tavern. Okay, fine then. I will remove the tavern. There's only one socialization space left there now. Oh, shit. Which one is this? This is Odom. I'm going to check who is my best stonecutter. Raging Cave. Raging Cave, you're going to be removed from this burrow. Temporarily. So you can go do that. Who's currently praying. No, I don't want you to harvest plants. It's not what I wanted you to do. I want you to go do this. It was actually important. There you go. Cat people don't really exist, no. Because no domestic animals have a human variant. So cat people specifically, no. But there are cougar people. And then we're going to get you to place the slab. After you're done harvesting plants. You know what? Why don't we just do this? Allow the break time zone to harvest plants. This dwarf's just sitting here with that right next to him. Although, actually, let's just do this. Just get this job done. Because I don't need no ghost spooking the crap out of my dwarfs. And it disabled the NVIDIA card? That's weird. Still technically a Microsoft product. Here comes Arkansas with the item. Man, you are a greedy little dwarf. All right, let's turn this all back on. I need them to start teaching each other weaponsmithing. Discussed my problems with a friend. I like the one that's still praying, even though this isn't even in the burrow that he's in right now. Like, you know, still praying. He's been praying for a while. You're gonna go get a drink. Fortunately, you're focused. Wizard Bold Man is running all the way down. Got hunted by the dead recently as well. Just double check that there isn't more. Nope. Yeah. Simple mods like that are really easy to implement in Dwarf Fort. Like the one time I saw a stream where they had an army of emus. I mean, I wonder who's really truly at fault for stuff like that, though. Say citizens and long-term residents. Because they should, ideally, stand here and chat for a little bit. And then teach each other, because we do have some dwarves with weaponsmithing. I think it's the founder, actually. No, you're a competent armorsmith. Who's the weaponsmith? It's the one that's assigned to this one, right? Yeah, Potpourri. Where are you? You're reciting poetry. Come on, man. Right, okay. I was going to remove this from break time and then didn't. Okay, let's just get rid of all this. Once you're done performing, I will say the exact same thing that I've said to everybody about this question, and I don't fully understand why this is such a common question. It's an operating system that works like an operating system. It required a little bit of Googling initially to figure out how to do stuff the way I need it done, but it's an operating system. It's fine. Uses less RAM than Windows. Thumbs up. But it's largely the same. OBS is slightly less stable, but it's not particularly stable all the time anyway. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't fully understand why that's such a massive fascination and constant question. Thought it was a torture device? You goddamn cretin. But no, I'm using Linux, and it is fine. It's totally fine. Yeah, the difference is I'd used Windows all my whole life, so it's not something I needed to Google. The only thing that I've really had trouble with initially was installing plugins on OBS, because I installed a version of OBS that wasn't compatible with any of them, which I had to learn about and how that worked. But it's fine now. Oh boy, some migrants have arrived. Pause game. Turning the normal burrow on. Woohoo, maybe. We'll see. Okay, so they're in a relatively safe spot. I'm going to try and do this. Gonna make a meeting zone right here. Can't let any of my dwarves out. The new migrant is in not the safest area, but if they beeline in a straight line, there is a chance they'll survive. The other thing I need to do is just immediately add them to the route. Castrol North, thank you much for the raid. What were you up to today? Hope that your stream was good. Can I get a couple beers for our raiders? Teeny tiny raid. It's not that tiny. Come on. There's 4 of you. 4 as a group. It's okay. We got plenty of extra beer. Dwarf makes a run. I've been fine, they say. They do have a pet goat. They saw a dead reindeer cow. We are up to 22 dwarves now. 23, 24, 25, 26. Shit, holy crap. If these make it, this might actually be a big enough migrant wave that we could turn on dwarf redemptions again. But the brave leader is almost at the trapdoor. He's made it to the trapdoor. Is in the zone. I'm going to go into here. Add the rest of the dwarves in. Vobok, Tatan, Dodok, Dumat, Dusum, Erith, Aiton, Avuz, Olan. 2, 3, 4, 5. We're up to 29. Jesus, 30. 6, 7, 8. Wow. Woo! That is the most successful migrant wave we've had.
Woo! Oh, dude, yeah, fuck yeah, dude. This is fucking sick. Hell yeah. Woo!
So I'm going to leave them in here for a little bit. Who led the wave? It was Thigh Cut. Yeah, because they were the pet one with the pet goat. All right, I'm going to leave them in here for a minute. Make sure everything is good. Princess Glaze. That's dirty. You guys decide what you think we should nickname this person. I'm going to go take a leak.
Cheese for everyone!
I really like I like the Pathfinder.
Over here,
Pathfinder's
he
a
has
good
sword.
is a good name, but they are a beekeeper. They just have a singular passing acquaintance right now. Did somebody honk for you? Somebody's honking because they want to see the Bonesaw who is ready. How many migrants did we get? So we're up to 31 actually. I don't know if they all made it in. But we are up to 31 migrants. Or 31 dwarves total. We were at 14 before, so we just got a pretty considerable number. Get in here, hold on. We also got a miner. And there's a pig. And a pupper. Who immediately does the dumb pupper. Come back, you dumb pupper. Whoa, 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 whoa. Okay, so people are dying. Back down to 28 from 31. Okay. So back here, these ones are getting turned. What was the first combat thing you had? Peasant yak calf. The peasant punches the yak calf. Okay, so this yak, I think, was the first thing to get infected. Yeah, so the yak got infected. So let's wait here and just watch them go in. It's you. Oh, no, no, no. What are you running from? Oh, crap. Holy shit, you're moving. Damn, dude.
No, 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 no! No!
Lock the
No.
doors. It will kill everyone in there. Not now that I've locked it. They're barricading it from underneath. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 in here. I mean, fortunately they made it in. Someone asked for a save while I was gone? Oh, okay. I'm in an ad, so that works. Yep. A bump up of 10. I mean, 4 are still locked outside, right? Get the slabs ready? Pretty much, yep. Pretty much. But that's good to know that, like, I also need to check the combat logs on that yak calf, actually. Because it's possible that the yak calf got bit and not rained on. And if that's the case, that's actually good. Because that means that getting in is more likely. But certainly better than the last migrant wave where one of them made it. You know, I like getting comments like this because it just makes me sigh and want to cry at the same time and also go, that's exactly what I'm doing and it's making me exhausted. Got this comment on the short today. It says, can you upload a video with the best moments of the stream with this embark? Yeah, and it's going to take me like 3 weeks. But I'll get it eventually. Can I do it overnight? Not the way I'm making videos now, mate. All right, so let's see what this zombie does. Good God. The speed that it moves at. Like, that is something. We got zombie puppies. And they're just beating the shit out of this zombie. The dwarf punches the puppy. He's punching the puppy. Because the ones that it just turned are on a different side from this zombie. So it's this zombie versus all of them. Holy shit, that speed. Like, just look at this. I don't know why that button isn't clickable sometimes. Yeah, it isn't. Man, the speed. Okay, are you still alive? Okay, so Rimtar the Armorer is still alive. Going to see if I can let Rimtar in. Let's zoom out a little bit. But it is good to know that people want the things that I'm trying to make. It's just exhausting hearing stuff like that. Okay, so it's fighting with those two. The clothes are flying off. Where's Rimtar? Rimtar's still with us. Pretty far away. Let's try and direct you. That or I could try and send him to the other one. He's trying to loop around. I think. Nope, still running away. Noses flying, teeth flying. The yak calf has been struck down. That was the one that started all of this. So there's now 2 more that can join in the fray. Let's jump to where the yak calf was. Okay, they're not moving. Unpause. Just Mortal Kombat happening right there. Rimtar is still with us. Is making a beeline back. Come on, Rimtar. No. Something else. They begin to fall. Volbok has been struck down. Oh, no. Decided to try and save his friends. His spouse was Raoul. He was trying to save his wife. Now he doesn't feel anything when joining an existing conflict. Rimtar, you fool. Yeah. The armorer punch is the dwarf woodworker. Who was his wife? Just...
Bring out your dead!
And now they're fighting. Man. Felt vengeful when joining an existing conflict. Charged. And was almost immediately bitten. Don't forget the door. Oh, I haven't. Don't worry. How does she feel? She didn't feel anything when she saw a bull die. That's Rimtar. Didn't feel anything after seeing Volbok die. The one who's to blame for all of this is still here and fighting. Tough, high kinesthetic, high stamina, strong, agile. The screams. They must be something. To the survivors, though, I say cheers. So let's find a thigh cut in this mess. So did we decide Pathfinder for the name of this one? How do you spell thigh cut? Thikut. Thigh cut the Pathfinder. She was the first in, yes. And we're going to read her description now. Also, Elfie, if you would like to turn on Dwarf Redemptions, you can. She likes to present herself boldly, even if it would affect the average sense of modesty. She sometimes acts with little determination and confidence and is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from herself. She is open to changing her mind, and she tends to make a small mess with her own possessions. She often feels discouraged and tends to assume that the worst of 2 outcomes will be the one that comes to pass. She thinks she is fairly important in the grand scheme of things, and she generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. Good shot, Creed. And she thinks she's fairly important in the grand scheme of things, and generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, bites her nails when she's nervous, and she lowers her eyes when she's angry. She needs alcohol to get through the working day and does not mind being outdoors, at least for a time. Creed did snipe it, yes. She dreams of mastering a skill, and she personally views cooperation as a low ideal, not worthy of any respect, finds pursuit of knowledge to be a waste of effort, considers craftsmanship to be relatively worthless, and thinks friendship is important. I'm gonna put her into the military. Oh, I totally mistyped Pathfinder. There we go. She's a member of the Labyrinthine Shields now. She likes calcite, nickel, silver, and tavasorite. Giant barn owl tooth and the color pale brown. Barrels, chimpanzees for their antics, and the words of the funeral of bones, and the sound of the berries of mirth, and the sight of the wispy queen. And when possible, she prefers to consume swamp whiskey and absolutely hates bark scorpions. Her cobalt eyes are round, and her somewhat broad nose is extremely long. She has some passing acquaintances and worships Alice, and has a pet goat. Welcome to the fort. Meanwhile, up on the surface, a tragedy is still unfolding. They will be fighting for some time, I fear. Although this one's already lost an arm, so we'll see. As for these dwarves, well, get rid of this. So Creed, whomst, doomst, you umpst. Those are your options, the ones at the tops. This will be your 4th dwarf in the world. Okay. Unless you'd like to pass it on to somebody else and give them a chance. But if you want it, let me know. Kashmir, yeah. Indeed, Frank. Yep. Birds are spooky in DF. They have... yeah, well. Is it a cashmere goat? I don't know. Did you redeem it? I don't know. I'm not gonna... If you redeemed it, I certainly didn't see it. You're gonna pass it on to the YouTube chat? All right, YouTube chat. First person to say YouTube chat in YouTube chat gets to pick a dwarf. Ah, well, I don't know. Then you have to get the timing. Cashmere. Demonoid. Which dwarf would you like? You can select any of the non-named dwarves. Just state a name. Yeah, I'm sticking to it, Jordan. But thank you, Creed. Because you could select Soxul, Rakust, Olan, Odam, Aerith, Dumat, Dodak, or Datan. Or we can just pick one for you, Demonoid. It's up to you. Also, I just realized I've got 404 members on my blog, which I think is funny. Personally, I think that's very funny. Oh, blog is definitely found. All right, we'll select one for him. Chat, the YouTube member Demonoid is getting a dwarf. What dwarf do you think we give them? Chat, which chat? We could give them a peasant. We could give them an unbearded peasant. We could give them a bearded peasant. We could give them an armorer, a butcher, a leather worker. Twitch chat's saying the butcher. I guess we'll go with the butcher. I don't even have a butcher shop right now. So this is going to be Demonoid. Demonoid, Lancer Calm, Odom, tends to make a small mess with her own possessions. She has a sense of duty, and she is trusting. She doesn't cling tightly to ideas and is open to changing her mind. She has a tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others, generally finds herself to be quite hopeful about the future, and is sometimes acts with little determination and confidence. She tends to hang on to grievances, and she tends to think before acting. She has a greedy streak, and she isn't particularly curious about the world, and needs alcohol to get through the working day. She dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and she personally finds romance distasteful, respects the development of a skill, and finds those that develop skill with weapons and fighting distasteful. She likes lignite, bilin, vericite, and bull shark leather, decahedra, and picks, and gauntlets and cats for their aloofness, slate gray brutes for their bloated appearance, and the words of the funeral of bones, and when possible prefers to consume alligator, single grain wheat beer, and 2-grain wheat flour, and absolutely hates brown recluse spiders. Her hair is crinkly, and her very long hair is tied in a ponytail. She worships Zigal, and she has no family outside of the local friends, and is currently learning about weaponsmithing, which Potpourri finally decided to get off of his butt and teach. So that's good. Or her butt and teach. And let's go to the Pathfinder and see what they're up to. Currently meditate on lakes. I hope that's a frozen lake that you're meditating on, Dwarf. You are, of course, a member of the military now. And we do actually have a decent increase in population, meaning getting stuff done will be a lot easier at speed. But I think I'll just let them get their necessary socialization out until we're down to 50 drink. A devilish potato would like to dwarf Dilphomasonorus, which is very hard to say. Chat room. Do we dwarf Dilphomasosaurus? Yes or no? Am I crazy, or did the population just drop by 2 again? Guess not. I thought it just dropped by 2 more, which is fucking spooky, man. Was it really 8 that made it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, I guess it is 8 that made it. Hey. Yeah, it's spooky watching that number go up and then trickle down. We were at 32 briefly, so it's pretty overwhelming. Dilfo, what kind would you prefer, a beard or no beard? We got 2 beardy dwarfs and several no beardy dwarfs. I have to make slabs because I'm not getting to those bodies. Eight that made it, and there was 17 total, so. Only the strong survive. Only the quick on their feet and the fearful. No, Mr. Hezekiah. If you want to see what happens if you don't memorialize any ghosts, I have a VOD from a while ago, which was my Halloween fort, where the rule was I wasn't allowed to memorialize a single dwarf that died. Bodies went into the volcano. It got to a point where dwarves were dying so rapidly of fear and just straight up getting murdered by ghosts that I was losing a dwarf every 90 seconds or so, and it just went tick, 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 tick until nobody was left. It was quite funny, but not exactly a sustainable long-term strategy. I mean, you should do that again for Halloween, because that was a fuckload of fun, to be honest. Yeah, there was so many dwarves with just, like, intestines hanging out. It was... it was something. Oh, you had to go to the washroom, but you're happy with the dwarfy dwarf. There you go. You received a dwarfy dwarf. You are a butcher demonoid. There you go. Yeah, you were a butcher. There is no such thing as a harmless ghost. The harmless ghosts scare the shit out of your dwarves. They're still that I define as not harmless. All right, so I think I'm going to give our dinosaur enthusiast a dabbling weaponsmith. He is married. He has a spouse. He's 26. His wife is Dumat. They also have a pretty extended family as well. Worships a good number of gods, as well as half-brothers. And if we check his spouse real quick, I'm curious. Oh, shit! The Stranglers are grandmother! Oh, that's kind of dark. Okay. Also worships a ton of gods. A pantheon, if you will. So that would make it, that is Merito grandmother. He's quite young. How old is the wife? 25. Okay, so yeah, they're a young couple. They're both learning about weaponsmithing. Tough. He's got poor social awareness and kinesthetic sense, and he's sloppy. He tends to make a small mess with his own possessions. He is brave in the face of imminent danger, and he isn't given to flights of fancy. He tends to not reveal personal information. He is often nervous, and he prefers to present himself modestly. He is trusting, and he occasionally overindulges and likes to brawl. He likes to take it easy, and he can handle stress. He needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of mastering a skill and personally respects the law. He likes graphite and platinum and brown zircon, the color silver, gems and short swords and quivers, and bags and earrings and catapult parts and goats for their eating habits, and the sound of the mirthful festival, and the sight of the style of festivals. Okay, likes festivals. When possible, prefers to consume reindeer cheese and carambola wine, and hates mosquitoes. Well, you won't see mosquitoes here, and there's reindeer on the surface, but they're all dead, so he needs to drink alcohol pretty soon, and he learned about weaponsmithing. Grand Strangles. I'm fascinated by this, though. Like, absolutely fascinated. If anything, it helped her grandmother. She's immortal now. You know, it'd be very funny if the grandmother just hated weasels. It's like, hates weasels. Always has hated weasels. Will always hate weasels. Oh, did I not? Oh, hold on. I didn't hit, save, I guess. And then if I cut the Pathfinder. Save. There you go. Should work now. But that's cool. Speaking of Pathfinder, still meditating on lakes. He's a competent beekeeper, novice weaponsmith as well. Checking this, we're just on the base zone, so I'm just going to go and unforbid all of these tasks because we suddenly have a whole bunch of dwarves. So dwarves can go get to making things. Something else we need is more bedrooms. This one I'll just give to the Pathfinder. I'm just going to queue up some doors. Let's just make 30 of them. And also I'm going to go down here and I'm going to make 2 more stoneworkers shops. This is kind of scattered and messy, but hey. Okay. Oh, also, let's do some rock mechanisms. And I'm just going to read through the extra new dwarves, because I want to say Dill sounded like he'd be good in the military, potentially, but I want to go through the extra newbies. Very slow to anger, noticeable lack of perseverance, generally finds herself to be quite hopeful about the future and tries to do things correctly each time, is somewhat quarrelsome and is bothered by this since she values friendship. Dreams of mastering a skill. Disdains loyalty, slow to anger, quick to give up, hopeful. Suxul is actually a decent military dwarf as well. What else do we have? We've got Rakust. It's learning about weaponsmithing. Dreams of raising a family. Can handle stress. Has a tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others. How about this peasant? Dreams of raising a family. Okay, I don't think he'd be good. You don't like effort. Doesn't mind a little tumult, though. Doesn't handle stress well. Okay, you are not a good military candidate. You're meditating. Does not go out of her way. Okay. She does have a sense of duty. No other real thoughts. Tough, high kinesthetic sense. Okay. Okay. This is my squad right now, so let's check something. Okay, so I need 4 shields, 2 swords. Okay, how am I doing on steel bars? Probably quite a few off. None. Okay. So we're gonna go down to here. Actually, let's just go bars. We got tons of iron, decent number of pig. Let's just say steel. Make steel bars on repeat. Do have some charcoal. Do also have some charcoal. Let's say steel short. Short swords, we'll do, let's just say 4. Steel shields. Let's also say 4. I see that thing in YouTube chat. I'll get to that in a second. And I'll catch up with chat in a second. Steel breastplate. 5, let's just say 5, sure. And steel greaves we'll do for right now. Also 5. And I'm going to do charcoal. Let's just do 40. And I'm going to do pig iron 10. Plague, thank you very much for becoming a YouTube member. Check to get a round of beers for Plague. Not the Plague. I don't want a Plague, but you need to play this when you get home. Oh, it's so good, dude. Okay, so I now have more dwarves I gotta memorialize. VAB, okay. Whoops. VAB, okay. That wasn't a dwarf. Colton, such a good name. Almost sounds like a joke based on a real name. Okay. Also, morning plague. Thank you very much. We're managing work orders. Get to her, Elfie Bean. We also need to make bets. Mail bill.
Crypt beer.
And swords. You used to, were you swordsman? Because that, I don't recall as swords. If you're a swordsman, then I know who that is. Epic Kitty XP apparently used to be rich, chat. Well, it's good to see you. It's been a while. Hope you're doing all right. And a ranger's been struck
He
down.
has a sword.
Swords, even. Rakust, I think we already got that one. Nope, did not. Making steel bars. And pig iron. Want to see me do it again? I mean, I vaguely recognize that name, but it's been a bit. Still is some impressive lurking, though. I think you've hit the cap, though, on the number of times you can do that in a single stream. All right, I'm going to move that goat up here. No, actually, piglets can stay with Mum. Did the goat not make it? No, wait, never mind. It's right there. Also put the goose right there. We could have a cavern guard goose. You could use it 16 times. Show off. Yeah, but you're a mod. Everybody presumes you could. Okay, so starting to do that. And I'm going to go up to here. And do this. And start queuing up more bedrooms. We are in an ad break, but I'm just queuing up bedrooms, so. Don't want to go diagonally, though. Lanix, thanks for gifting a subscription to Epic Kitty. No more ads for you for a month. Okay, we'll do that and that. We'll do this. We'll move this down one more line. Because then I can cram a bedroom up into here. All right, that should be a good. Should in fact be a good. You didn't see who gifted it to you? It was Lanix. I don't care, is my reaction to it. That quite literally is my reaction. I talked about it once the day it happened, which was literally just a, oh, huh, okay, whatever. I don't think drama is worth considering as a thing, and I think constantly promoting people over drama is irresponsible. It's like, I don't give a shit. This is quite literally it. You've lurked for nearly 700 hours. Damn! It's a lot of hours. Appreciate the lurks, dude. All right, let's go to the Pathfinder. It's currently just making iron bars, which I think is a responsible thing that you could be doing right now. Let's update equipment. A few more things, not much. Working on steel shields. Truly terrifying. There's a few more than there was before. There's some fighting right here, right now. We had a pretty sad story. This one and this one were married. This dwarf here almost made it in, after going around the fighting where his wife had already been turned and then went and attacked his wife and then she bit him. And now they're locked in eternal combat, from what I can tell, with I was going to say somebody else's puppy. So, but most of the usual suspects are still there. Aside from that, the Strangler is now in our control in one of these cages. Mostly listen to streams in the background. Oh, that's fair. Whatever works. Although somebody just died on the surface. Thomas. 2 more siltstone stabs. Datan died. I'm actually just going to go down to this one and just pause all of these on this one. And you're just going to get make slab 20. Hi, Ivan. Thanks as well for the raid. What's up? Welcome, raiders. Someone's trying to understand this very big game. Is there any tips you can offer to someone who's trying to get started and feels overwhelmed? Well, if you haven't, my YouTube channel is full of tutorials. I recommend the Getting Started guide, although the 7-hour video, which is just kind of a compilation of all of them, does begin with the Getting Started guide. But if you have any, like, specific questions, your best bet is to ask questions specifically. But just remember that dwarves need booze and don't like water. They need beds, and they need a place to socialize. And food. Mods are on their game. Yeah. They haven't gone to sleep yet. My mods do sometimes go to sleep, and then I have to do stuff, but it's fine. Stone can be on their game as well. I'm going to give all of the credit to Elfie, just a bunch of it. You let your mods sleep? I don't pay them. They can do whatever they want, really. Okay, so we are now starting to engrave things. I'm gonna move the door up. So we can get those orders done. All right, let's go here. Let's see if I can finish this sucker up real quick. They're more likely to visit it if it's higher value, so currently it's a very low value. Okay, let's get this squad working. Update equipment if everybody has weapons. Not quite. I think on... Actually, who's running this one? It's Potpourri. I think on this one, I'm actually just going to forbid it. Stop them from using this one. Specifically use this one. That's not how that works, Koyo Koyo. You have to either redeem one or be nominated to have one. If you just ask, I'm not going to give you one. The reason for that is because otherwise the entire fort would be filled with named characters that don't watch the stream frequently. We got to prioritize people that are here. So, not going to give you anything, no. You have to earn it. Also, hi, Ben. I hope that your stream was good. What are we up to today? No, it's all good. It's always on cooldown until it's not on cooldown, then it immediately goes back onto cooldown. Is usually how it goes. Moving those two up so that they don't so that they have slabs available when it's needed. All right, we've also got stuff getting mined out. Tower cap. Siltstone. Siltstone. And siltstone. And then doors at the front. We'll do tower cap. Tower cap. Tower cap. And lastly, tower cap. Got some bedrooms made. And everyone would spam the button. Hey, you know, it is what it is. It's a system that we were slowly making improvements to, yeah? Okay, let's see how the founder's doing with all of these new additions. Seems like it's working in the memorializing area. We're gonna need more drink pretty soon, if I had to bet. She says it's a competitive world. You'd be a fool to think otherwise. I'm assuming she's referring to, like, actually getting into the fort. Which is kind of a, you know, it's understandable. You know, this dwarf would be acutely aware of how dangerous it is to actually make it into here. But, you know, if you do make it in, you're rewarded with safety, food and drink, weapons, potentially, training, if you're lucky. Getting yelled at by other dwarves. This dwarf wants to fight real bad. What's the population threshold for mayor? You get a mayor at 50. Although you can change that in your game settings if you want. Like if you want to run with a significantly smaller population, then you'll acquire it quicker. So you could set it down to like 25 if you wanted. And we've gotten our first Fey mood. And of course it's from a leather worker. Who is also one of my military dwarves, and I don't have a leather workshop. So, guess it's time to make a leather worker. So we need this to get constructed, which the dwarves will do at their leisure. First artifact of the fort, yeah. Because you can't get artifacts until you have 20 dwarves. And this is year 3 that we're on, mid-spring. I'm assuming this dwarf is just going to beeline down here and claim this. Here they come. Best way to get what you want in life is to work for it. Working at being a leather worker, I suppose. Must have tanned hides. Well, it's time to do our first butchering. I'm actually going to get rid of this workshop and replace it with a butcher shop, because that's what was going to go here originally. If drink is less than 45. What to butcher? I don't have any butcherable dogs. Probably a yak. Probably a yak. We'll try and use every piece of it if we can. I have a breeding pair of yaks and a breeding pair of breeding pair of yaks as well as a breeding pair of pig. So we could do a pig. Yeah, let's do a pig. We'll do bacon. Butcher down here. Make you out of dolomite. And a tanner that I'll put over here Not a spore tree. So this is first. It's probably going to be Demonoid who's going to make it. If I had to bet, but we'll see. Could be just about anyone, though. It appears to be Arkansol who's creating this, and UGDPY making the tanners. So, I have some extra yak cows. I'm going to slaughter a yak, and I'm going to slaughter a boar. You got your first strange mood. Guy wants metal bars, and you keep digging, but all I find is mudstone. Build a smelter. Make a wood burner. Make a piece of charcoal. And find a metal item and click the little flame symbol. And then click melt metal item, if you have any metal items. This is the first animal we've butchered in this fort. It's been a while since we've had meat on the menu. Bold Cobalt Whip. Wizard Bold Man appears to be on the helm of the job. All the meat's getting redistributed. I'm going to make a totem. And decorate item with ivory and tooth. We're also going to do that. And then I'm going to go find my craft store shop, wherever the heck it is. Or, no, my, yeah, it is craft store shop, right? Yeah, it's under bone crafts. We'll just make some bone amulets. So now we've got a Tana hide job coming. Which it appears that Rakust has taken the job for. And they've grabbed it. Is that all that they are grabbing? Nope. Oh, well, they went and grabbed 2 pieces of yak leather. They need more tanned hides. Well, that's interesting. Well, it's a good thing that we also have some boar skin. I think it'll probably be 3 that they ask, 3 or 4. It's not in a problem zone, so. Yep, there we go, 3. Yak, yak, pig. Okay. Let's go back to bone. No, let's just go to decorate. We're gonna make some real fancy bone jewelry. Ivory and tooth. And horn. Because we've got horns, we've got teeth. Yeah. Currently just making pig bone amulets. Heavy leather objects. Could be like a rug or something. Decorate with horn. Not that many teeth to use. Apparently, hoofs count as horns. It's kind of interesting. All right, so let's go up to here for a little bit. And we're going to plop in our beds that we have, which are all very fancy. And I say that they're fancy because they're all encrusted with cheese. And we're going to plop these doors in. I need to queue up some more beds. 10 will be plenty. I don't even know what... I guess that would all just end up being boulders, but... Let's do 2 black cap ones. Maybe a few black cap ones. And then I'm going to go hack down some more trees because I can. And also because I need to. Oopsies. Just double checking if I've got this. I don't have this area sealed just yet, but we're getting there. I think, well, I mean, I'd assume it would be like along the headrest, right? Like not necessarily on the mattress. Okay, so let's watch these crafts. Old Ath. Oh, you've just gone off to harvest plants. Thigh Cut the Pathfinder. I think Thigh Cut deserves one of these first bedrooms. For saving that crew of dwarves, leading them to safety. Because that was, I think, the most successful migrant wave we've had. I'm doing this manually so I can see how many more I need to make. There we go. So just need 3 more bedrooms for dwarves. Didn't really like sleeping on the ground. We're also annoyed at the lack of chairs, which means I probably need more chairs, turns out. Let's see if I could pave a bunch of this. Siltstone, that'll do. Aerith, the leatherworker, has created Mezushasek Mukar Nilon. A yak leather buckler, and offers it to the fated cradle. I'm gonna give it to the founder. They can have it as their symbol. Let's see if they go pick it up. I'm not sure if they will. They might just wear it on their back. Yes. Yes, well, it's more just, I don't think that would be good because it would actually just actively make the surface more scary and dangerous for me. So I think that would just have a net, it's not that it would necessarily be evil, it would just have a net negative effect on me. If that makes any sense. Like, it would just be it would make it actively more dangerous on the surface. Because you'd just be inviting more zombies, which isn't something I necessarily want to do. Just kind of for, you know, a rather large multitude of reasons. Don't know how he just... Oh. Found another one dead. I was going to say, did I just lose a dwarf in my fort? No, I didn't. Let's just... No slabs engraved. This part of the fort is going to get kind of tedious. What happens? I can't read that because it's too tiny and I don't have any way of easily reading it, but thanks for the $8. But I can go look at it this way. I think that's the first actual tip I've received today that isn't through Twitch. Or YouTube. Or this month, rather. Best of luck on the new fort. Does your soul ever miss playing and asking? No, not really. I do not miss people asking why I'm playing in ASCII, which is why I don't miss playing in ASCII. The Steam release and wonderful new graphics really pulled you back in last year? Yeah, no. I don't really miss playing in ASCII. But thank you for the $8. But yeah, if there's a siege, shit's gonna just get exciting. So another thing I'd like to do is just go here and make a pedestal. And I think I'm just going to put that into the metalsmithing guild, even though it's not made of metal. It just fits. And let's go over here. Tower cap. Tower cap. Tower cap. So we're getting there. We're almost what I would describe as safe. Almost what I would describe as safe. Oh, I'm out of flux. I was like, why no? Oh, it's out of flux. Okay. Well, let's dig that. Let's dig this. Actually, why don't we just, like, expand our kitchen, even? It's a pretty good use of this space. Which you've always played in ASCII, it needed the graphics to get into DF. You're not proud, but it's the original graphics that defeated you? Eh. I mean, the original DF ASCII was intimidating for people who like games that were based in ASCII. So... there is that to keep in mind. You want to be the baby. Well, see, here's the thing. The one baby is named and is a notable character. They are the firstborn, which did I put that into the characters list? But they are the firstborn, so I'm not going to give you the baby. But I can give you somebody else. 'Tis up to you. I very much agree that it is. I don't think it's overhated. I think it's just over-exaggerated how intimidating it is. Because that's all it is. It's intimidating. It's not bad. It's totally fine. Also, if you're confused as to why it's tough to get into this fortress, man, Devil in YouTube chat, simply click on the YouTube video at the top of the YouTube stream. And give that a look-see, and it'll do a pretty good job of explaining it. Military and beard. I'm gonna break it to you right now. You really can't be that specific in this fort very often, but okay. Basically, people are going to have to learn that you're not always going to get exactly what you want the way I'm streaming these games now. But this time you're lucky. At this point, the best way to select which dwarf you want, Neezer, is simply state, that dwarf. All right. He relies on advice of others during decision-making, can handle stress, and has a tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others. He tends to not be swayed by emotional appeals and often feels discouraged. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and dreams of raising a family. Personally, finds himself to be somewhat disgusted with eloquent speakers. Thinks the quest for knowledge is a delusional fantasy and doesn't really see the point in working hard. Dreams of Horax, zinc and praise and clear glass, rope reed, paper, and the color orange. Millstones and crowns and water buffaloes for their wallowing, and giant wrens for their intricate songs. And the words of the funeral of bones, and the sound of the aquamarine of glittering, and the sight of the style of festivals, and when possible prefers to consume oyster and mango wine. He's got a pretty short description, but he's got a good memory, and which is bad in some ways. Creative and has a good analytical ability. Hates eloquence and knowledge. Says, could do without all these creatures and that tangled greenery. What about the purplery? There isn't much green down here anyway. You have yet to get a room, so maybe soon you'll have a bedroom. And welcome to the fort. And right here, I can go into the doors section and go plunk, plunk. Do those. We'll give you that one, Neezer. And we'll give Aerith this one. And we'll give Demonoid that one. I should have that pedestal done. Like I said, I'm gonna put... No, never mind. I don't have that pedestal done. I was wrong. Got a dwarf over here digging. Let's get you guys to equip stuff. And I'm actually going to set them to train. I should give them a significantly nicer training location, though. I've done the thing again where I've overloaded their jobs. That's okay. What are we currently encrusting? Mechanisms. Okay, well, let's stop both of these. So Demonoid can go do other tasks. It's like a battlefield can be better. Well, they need somewhere to put their stuff. We could do like a semi-indoor outdoor thing in that area, but they need somewhere to put their things. You're making pig iron. Good, good. Also making steel. That's 62 iron. We got 2 steel bars and 26 pig. Demonoid's making steel bars. You know, I'm just going to state this out loud. I've said this many times, and it's not your fault if you haven't heard me say this because nobody watches every stream I do. Can we just stop talking about how people couldn't get into the ASCII version of Dwarf Fortress? It's the case for like 90+% of players of this game, and I did genuinely love it. And it was a constant, not debate, but discussion in older versions as to whether or not it's even playable when I streamed it. And I'm so happy that that discussion is done, but people refuse to let it be done. Let's just talk about the fact that you like the game and don't worry about it so much, okay? Can we just do that? Because it's like hearing... Calm down, Stone. You don't even watch every minute of every stream I do. It's like being stuck in a time loop, and I'm ready for it to go away. Multiple years after, you know, it stopped being a thing. What? Oh, is your youngest son just crawling? Oh, he is. We've got a new baby. Conflict whips. She gave birth while she was sleeping. He is wasteful and a perfectionist. Dreams of creating a great work of art. Seems like a pretty simple child. Would you like me to swap you over to that one, Neezer? Could do it if you want. It's up to you. You like this baby's babaga. He wants a hamburger. Neezer. Not to be confused with no longer Neezer. Neezer the geezer. Conflict whips. He is 0 years old and crawling away from his mother as fast as he possibly can. He's obsessed with details and will often take a great deal of extra time to make sure changes are done the right way. He's not cheerful. Careful with resources when working on projects, and he often spends unnecessary effort. Mom's also carrying 2 babies now. He is slow to anger and is often nervous. He finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding, and he is a bit stubborn in changing his mind about things. He is quite comfortable around others that have a different appearance or culture, and I can't read very well with the backgrounds moving. Generally acts impartially, is rarely moved to mercy. I'm going to pause. And is really moved to mercy. And he finds obligations confining, though he is conflicted by this for more than one reason. He occasionally overindulges, is grateful when others help him out, and tries to return favors. His hands are animated when he's surprised, going, bah! And he needs alcohol to get through the working day, as most children should. Dreams of creating a work of art that is great and likes iron, white chalcedony, and sportry wood, as well as green glass, giant gray parrot bone, the color lemon and crosses and quivers, and the words of the sheen of meandering and the sound of the aquamarine of glittering and the sight of the wispy queen. And when possible, prefers to consume axetol, turnip wine, and soft wheat seeds. Welcome to the fort. The one growing family in the fortress. No problem. Just because the timing window was so tight. It's just this side, really, that I need to seal off, so let's just do this. Just do tower cap. Tower cap. Tower cap. Tower cap. Tower cap. And of course, tower cap. Just trying to make this place as defendable and safe as dwarfly possible. I mean, it's exactly the same as the old versions, Hash. Exactly the same as the old versions. Absolutely no change has been made there. Oh, also, I was going to tell them to go over to here and peek through that. Okay, so who's the most upset dwarves in the fort currently? This armor is not super happy. You want to be creative? Well, you are a high master armor smith, actually. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go to you and say pause. Pause. Those two, and then wait for this to appear. I don't know why there's a bed here. And then when the jobs appear on this one, Oh. Deep within this place, we've discovered what must be a treasure of the gods. Please be something useful. You know, the funny thing, Bergen, is they're done and ready to go, and I've seen them. I've seen them a couple of times, actually. I've seen 2 versions of them. No, I did it intentionally. I fortified it. Oh. It's a clear blue metal ring. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. Is this a ring for the founder, chat? Left sock. Oh, yeah, totally. I'm gonna go swap out for cold water. 2 seconds.
Cheese for everyone! NANI?
I tossed some ice in it. No, you can't reforge it. Even if you could, a ring would only give you a percentage of a bar. But no, named items can't be reforged. More specifically, any item that doesn't have the reforged logo up here can't be reforged. If you're brand new to the game, I do not recommend installing DFHack. Learn how to play the game first instead of relying on DFHack, because then you'll gain a better understanding of the game and its mechanics. Once you feel that you've learned the game, then, yes, sure, install DFHack, because it has some benefits, but it has this bad habit of automating the whole game for you, pretty much, in a lot of instances, and I don't recommend that to literally anybody. Just to the person in YouTube chat. Because generally, you know, you'd want to learn how to play the game. So, what do you think, chat? Does this go to the founder? Could also give it to the... Yeah, I like the idea of giving it to the founder. Personally. The expedition leader. So I'm going to do that. Who is currently making steel bars, and also wants to acquire an object, so I say that this is perfect. Give it to the one who first smelted magnetite. Well, it's magnets and it's tight, so you know it's good. And also this over here is going to be given to that weaponsmith. Or the armor smith who is high value, and we're not going to make swords here. So instead, they're just going to make breastplates and greaves. And I'll be more specific about who gets what job in the future here. Okay, I'm going to pause this job. There you go. Go pick up your equipment, and then I'm going to unpause these jobs. Very satisfied at work. Go acquire something. It's a high-value thing to acquire, too. Pleasure putting on a truly splendid item. of course, which is a godly ring. They are a proficient woodcutter, but they're quite rusty at it. It's a bit of a shame that. We also have these diamonds that are going to need to have something done with them. I think we need to just finish sealing this area off, though. This should be a bigger priority, or should have been a bigger priority, especially right now because, you know, we're above 20 dwarves, so Forgotten Beasts are now a possibility. I'm just going to use tunnel tube. Oh, no, that's flooring. Let's just do flooring along here. Because these open areas, it just gives us a little bit more flooring. A little bit more space up here. You'll be taking off for the day. Small chance you pop in later, though. We'll see you later, Dan. We'll be on tomorrow, and we'll be playing some Norland and giving it a kind of a first look, shakedown, see how it is. Okay, then down here, shale blocks. Shale blocks, just so that it matches. Of course, all this, and then down here, tower cap, whatever cap. And let's jump down to the squad and see how they're doing, and then maybe give them some more weapons if they're available. Looks like they are. So Rakus, our more recent wrestler, can go acquire a new sword and a new shield. Or other things. Sword and shield from the looks of things. Decent quality sword. Got some other dwarves coming back with weapons as well. Having acquired more items. Pretty sure most of these are just canceling. And then over here, I'm actually going to put... that would be an economic, right? Dolomite, yeah. We're going to put Dolomite into this spot. How are the infinite fights going? Still going. I mean, like, they're all legendary, so there isn't really too much to say there, really. A Titan killed a bull a while ago, so... there really isn't much to say there. They're just kind of ongoing. Oh yeah, also, one of the Titans died a little bit ago. I'm not entirely sure what killed them because the combat log was dead. Yeah, one of the Titans died. Also, this web spitter one is dead, so I need to redirect that idea to this one. No, actually, no, I need to do this the other way around. But I also just haven't had the dwarf power to work on this, so we do need to get to this at some point. But what I can do is I can do this. Put 2 dwarves in here. Put a door there. And a door there. And a door there. And go up to this. And do that all the way along. Run dolomite. And no, that's not what I need. I need a door right there. Baby animal zombies. Yep, from the migrants. They're just exactly the same as most chihuahuas now. Vakruk, very happy mom, making steel bars by hauling very heavy materials alongside of 2 children. What is this contraption? Hopefully it'll be a method of catching the other titans unless they die. Keyword there is hopefully. Still making steel bars. You have 2 babies, yes. You recently had a second son. That or it was a daughter and a son. Hold on, let me double check. Yes, you have 2 sons. So I bet the founder must be getting quite happy. You already want to acquire another object. Well, okay, hold on, let me check something. We have 2 pigtail thread, or 1 pigtail thread, looks like. 10 pigtail cloth. Looks like I've got no pigtail plants. Well, we're currently in early summer, meaning pigtails are around. What I'm going to do, actually, is I'm going to make another garden. This area is getting way too crowded. I think I'm just going to go up here and make a pigtail field. And also, I'm just going to go up here and harvest the pigtails. So maybe not these ones. Those are a little far away. And I am convinced that there's a giant cave spider in here somewhere. I'd like all these dwarves to be considered swords dwarves before I pull them out of the military. Vision Steel, what a name. Salvo wants to pray, but that's okay. Just need them all to be swords dwarves. Then we'll move them on to other tasks. None of the dwarves who've made it into the fort have died since making it into the fort. The vast majority of the casualties here are... Let's just collect 20 webs, I think, is what we'll do. The vast majority of the casualties in this fort have been... The vast majority of the casualties in this fort have been migrants. Actually, literally all of them have been migrants. It looks like we're making a breastplate, which is good. Because this requires 3 steel bars? Yes. Making it a much more demanding item. 2. Now you're making that? Hell yeah. 1. Well... It was a matter of time. Fortunately, they're coming in the angle where my dwarves already are. It's a Batman blowgunner who is equipped with tower cap blowgun and some tower cap blow darts. Walls do not matter here. Going to send the squads up. I'm also going to tell them to equip new gear. which means that the less trained ones are going to go get gear.
Over here, he has a sword.
We have giant rats. Got Rakust, Aereth, Thycut the Pathfinder, and Suxul. They don't have far to go to get more gear. We'll follow the Pathfinder. That or... Okay, Salva is leaving to go get new gear. So we'll follow the Pathfinder. Check, can I get a round of beers for my dwarves? Bid them good luck. Screams from the deep. The great underground war does in fact begin here. The flying tower cap blow dart strikes the yak calf in the upper body, denting the skin and bruising the muscles through the spine. The Batman blowgrounder screams, "No, this might require an answer," and then shoots the stray yak calf in the throat. They're trying to get my food supply, chat. That's what they're going for. Rakust up here is going for the giant rat. Blow darts are being fired. Up on the top side. They're all running back to the fighting demonstration. It's interesting. Let's just tell them to go stand right there. Suxul comes around the corner and immediately dodges a blow dart. How's your ammunition doing? You've got 6 shots left. You'll be a sit and bat as soon as you take your final shot. Dwarves up on top side are chasing the rat down. They are following the rat, it seems, primarily. I have a feeling they're about to get into combat with the bat, which is recruit attacks the blowgunner, but it jumps away. The rat has also taken 1 hit. Its fat was torn. It's a clean slice, that one would hope. Young giant rat blood up there. There's also a giant rat over there. The real question is right now, am I going to need a hospital? Because I don't actually have a hospital yet. They are now fighting with the giant bat. A bolt flies. The recruit attacks him. Who'd you fire it at? The wrestler blocks the tower cap blow dart with a steel shield. Was it you? Yep, there you go. Thycut the Pathfinder blocked said blow dart. Feels terrified while in conflict. Their need to fight, though, has now been taken. The dwarves are continuing to follow the blowgunner. This is really good training. It's only a novice dodger. Meanwhile, most of my dwarves are only dabbling, which isn't actually great. But the hits started landing true. The wrestler, the recruit stabs it. Yeah, so it jumps until the recruit here stabs the blowgunner in the right lower arm with the steel short sword, tearing the fat. The wrestler attacks the Batman blowgunner, but he jumps away. The recruit stabs the Batman blowgunner in the left paw with her steel short sword. More pieces are flying. The first kill is driven true. Suxul has obtained the first kill in Godly Tombs. Suxul is terrified while in conflict and just experienced some trauma. But it could have gone a lot worse. We're now going to set the dwarves up here to go patrol. We wait for the remainder of the dwarves. Maybe this is where we should build our barracks. Or just up in here. And then just seal off this side. I might actually do that. Build an outer fence or something for that side. The rest of the squads have now arrived. Salva, the militia commander, is also with the group. Requesting the dwarves move further up. Then I'm going to check over here. I think that's all of them. For now. There's that magma tube. Let's just explore a little bit. Specifically over to the edge. Let them move forward. Ah. Guys want a bit more of a fight? Well, we've got a fight. Just check the dwarves. Are they tired or are they okay? They mostly seem to be all right. I'm going to send them back to training for this exact minute. When they're fully regrouped, we'll begin the second part of the fight. Why didn't the Batman blow again or just call Robin? Yeah, well. It's for me, for the Batman to know and us to never find out. Found another Batman blowgunner on the way. And it appears that Thighcut, the Pathfinder, is going somewhere mighty strange. I need you to turn around here, dwarf. That was a weird thing to do. Oh, looks like they slaughtered another one on the way in. Sending them back to training. Ah. Well, they killed one in a tree right there. I mean, that's not how you spell Pico, I don't think, but... Okay, so... This force... Where was it? Is all right there. So we're gonna go fight them. Once the squads have some slightly better gear. Because you want them to have gear, because having gear equals training. There they go. So I want them to have armor training, which is important. It's like the most common type of tea best. What's the best advice you can give to someone who wants to get into this game? Ask questions. And you will die a lot. That's about it. You don't really need a beefy PC, and if you do, just focus on CPU. Don't worry about anything else. Okay, so what I need is a way of disposing of corpses. Fortunately, we got this very convenient lava. All right, I'm going to make a singular minecart. For some reason, sometimes I can't type in that screen. It's odd. There it is. Just make 2 minecarts right now. And let's also make silk. What is my upper body clothing that I have? Shirt. Duh. I'm gonna make 10 silk shirts. Giant rat head. Ain't that lovely? Rockquist is training or sleeping right now. Okay, so what are we digging? Probably really far away. Yep. Okay. I have not enough miners currently. So I'm going to make both of my peasants into miners. Yeah, also, yeah, value the wiki. That's another thing. Put a door here. And I'm going to go right here, and I'm going to put a... Can I put a weapon trap there? Don't really want to do that. Let's just do a stonefall trap. Just something to notify me if something is coming through that door. And I'm going to do this. Oops. Going to do this right here. And I'm going to put a ramp right here. Just so that I can then do this, and then I can wall this area off. This side needs a very similar treatment. But I can do that with digging. Okay. We've got a lot of that to do. And then we can go up to the higher cavern layer. I need more hands, chat. Even with these extra dwarves that have migrated in. Forbid one of the silk shirt jobs. I will... We're good on meals for a bit. Good on plants for a bit. Good on slabs for a while, probably. Do you need those minecarts? Finish making the armor and whatnot. All right. We'll let you collect webs. Most of those creatures that just attacked us are all dead now, so that's where they went, mostly. It's like, ah, yes, well, they are no longer alive, so that is good. I'm also going to do a digging job right here. Dig up into here, go over to here, and then smooth and fortify that. And that can be our watchtower for this side. Put a dog or something in it. Our founder here is helping with the construction. The other piece of good advice I can give you if you're trying to get into this game is watch my tutorials, please. Because they will help if you're a visual learner. They definitely will help if you are a visual learner. Okay, Problem is I don't really have a clear indicator right now if fighting starts to break out again. So that's kind of terrifying. But let's just see how we're doing on armor. Guess we're not making helms currently. So I say we go try and skin these fools. Who's ready to go kick some bat's ass, chat? While the vast majority of the fortress works on constructing stuff. Let's stop making blocks. And let's stop making doors. Bat nen with an E, not an A, please. Not to be confused with a werebat. Or for that matter, a man bat. This I can pause, except right here I do have a task you do need to do. Not memorial slab engraved. Okay, I got 2 slabs I gotta construct, which is gonna take a while. Nope, that's a coffin. That's a slab. Okay, and then up here, it's not even done yet. Hot damn. All right, dwarves, it's time for you to impress me. So they do appear to be a combination of spear bats. The spear bats are just equipped with wooden spears, so they're not too threatening. And here goes the fight. So Suckzul and Moldath are up at the front. We'll follow Moldath for this here fight. Really wants to pray, but is satisfied after improving sword, becoming a skilled steel swordsman. Let's say it's taking a little while for them all to get here. Oh, the first Batwoman spear lady dropped down. And she says, I've improved my spear. That was satisfying. Both Thigh-Cut and Moldath are in the fight. But they haven't managed to get any hits in yet. Blood lands on the floor. It belongs to the bat. The bat is bleeding because a wrestler struck it. Sorry, the Axdwarf stabbed it in the lower leg with steel short sword, which tore the skin. Still satisfied, I hope. Dear bat. My dwarves are lying down because they're standing on top of each other. The bat is bleeding profusely. In fact, it's still managing to block a few shots. It's got decent blocking for what it is. I mean, most of my dwarves aren't actually that skilled at fighting just yet. Fortunately, they do have pretty good gear. And the bat flies to pieces. The next bat for us to take out is up here. The dwarves are then going to move further up. The bat is waiting in the wings, ready to notify its brethren. Waiting far back in the deep caverns, the caves of the great dwarven lands. And just like that, we've discovered a deep pit in the midst of battle. Aerith, the recruit, is now injured, having been shot with a blow dart, which actually hit her in the left hand, which chipped the bone. Come on, dwarves. You can get to it. I know you can. The wrestler jumps away from the flying bow dart. Axdwarf blocks it. Once it runs out of blow darts, it'll come down and fight. It's now out of blow darts. It's been hit. The wrestler stabs it in the right hand with a short sword, tearing apart the fat. The dwarves are continuing to fight with a creature that they can't fully reach. Just simply waiting for it to come down. And just like that, the wrestler strikes the Batwoman blowgunner, but the shot was easily parried with the Tower Cat blowgun. The Axdwarf then slashes the Batwoman blowgunner in the right ear, with a steel short sword, and the severed part sails off in an arc. Falls to the ground, and the dwarves pounce. I wish there was less blowgunners. So many blowgunners. Wish us luck, chat. Flying into the main sanctum of their hideaway. The cave full of bats. The spear bat jumps into the midst of the dwarves. Aerith, while being injured... What are you legendary at, Aerith? Oh yeah, because you made an artifact, right? The one artifact creator in the fortress. Wants to socialize and stay occupied, and more importantly, wants to stay alive. Abilities to grasp is somewhat impaired because her left hand is broken. Thigh-cut the Pathfinder is swiping at this blowgunner right here. Slashing the blowgunner in the left leg with a steel short sword, tearing apart the muscle. The fight continues. Viscera beginning to fly. One dwarf spilled the guts of an unlucky bat. Question is who? Swordsworth stabs. Stabs them in the left upper leg, which sails off. Stabs them in the lower leg, which also sails off. Stabs them in the lower body, spilling its putrid guts. The bat blowgunner screams, "How fragile we are." Something or another, no. Meanwhile, Captain is taking a nap, letting his soldiers do all the work, hoping that their training is sufficient. Bats are continuing to fire as they continue to drop like flies. Thigh-cut's starting to decide that they may not be cut out for this after all. Even though they're becoming an adequate dodger, combat is a violent sport. More dwarves' moods are dropping, becoming significantly less happy. This one happens to be a bone doctor. They should have simply joined us. The dwarves are fighting with those deep underground. The creatures are falling from the sky. Darts flying. Bodies falling. Aerith here, having killed one bat. Thigh-cut here with none. Moldath, having killed 3 bats, is rapidly becoming the chief of this squad. Rakust says, "I was attacked and I am panicking." It's clearly not good for his mental health. More pieces of the bats fly. We see shields dropping, spears falling. We can definitely use these shields, and as for the spears, well, those will be useful when we decide that it's ready to build some weapon traps. The dwarves are still parrying and dueling with the floating spear bat. This one's still fully armed. Jabbing downwards. It does feel uneasy. This is a fight it probably cannot win. The heavy bleeding bat blowgunner in the corner is terrified while in conflict, getting slashed by the axe dwarf who's wielding a sword. In the right hand, which causes it to sail off in an arc, losing grip of its weapons. Thigh-cut right next to Suxul, spilling the guts of yet another bat. The axe dwarf stabs the Batman spearman in the upper body with a short sword and the muscle. Tearing the muscle and spilling the guts, slicing open its stomach cavity. Bolts flying, or rather, darts flying from the Batwoman blowgunner up above, screaming at her lost friends. The dwarves skillfully dodging the bolts as they sit there in dismay going, well, what do we do now? On the far side, Moldath is skillfully fighting with a spear bat. The wrestler bites the bat in the right hand, which tore it and latched on firmly. The bat proceeds to fall. The injured Aerith in the corner is still panicking in a state of absolute delusion over the ability of their hand to move. Bolts still flying from the stationary blowgunner, only with one remaining dart, and then it drops down only to fall like the rest of its very, very naive friends. The final corner, in the last stage, the two spearbats drop down, or spearbat and blowgunner drop down, dueling with Moldath the Lucky, who in this fight alone has racked up a kill count of 5, rapidly becoming one of our best military. And with that, the fight is over. But was it worth the cost? Well, let's send them back home. The captain hasn't even awoken yet. It's almost like Moldath should take his job. Now let's just make sure that Aerith is with the group. Yes. But we need someone to look at that hand for you. Nope, nobody died. Just one broken hand. Well, I mean, it's a wave. I don't know if it's the first wave. There could already be more. Okay, so these dwarves are going to go to off-duty. We're going to give them a break. The next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to pause, and I'm going to go make us a hospital somewhere. This is obviously a temporary hospital, but hey, it's what I have. You right here make us a traction bench. We now need a chief medical dwarf. It appears that thigh cut is actually an adequate diagnoser. I'm going to make thigh cut the pathfinder, our chief medical dwarf. I'm going to make a little room right here. We are going to set this as a hospital. And if I go here for doctor, we're going to go with Raging Cave as the doctor. Vakruk as the diagnoser. Wizard Boldman as the surgeon. Must have a better surgeon. Ooh. No, Raging Cave, you should be the surgeon. Birdman, you can be the doctor. And Olan can be the bone doctor. Is anyone left? Yep. Select at your leisure, sir. It hasn't started yet, Halfane. Currently, the biggest priority is making the caverns safe and defendable. The surface stuff is kind of extracurricular currently. But the population is crawling upwards, which is good. And heading in the direction that we need it to, which is also good. Dumat? Okay. Telenartho, who's married to Dilophomasanasaurus. Yes, that. She drops any activity at the slightest hint of difficulty or even a suggestion of effort being required. She prefers to be alone and is extremely confident in herself and situations requiring her skills. She does not generally respond to emotional appeals, generally acts impartially, is rarely moved to mercy, and often feels discouraged. She thinks she is fairly important in the grand scheme of things and often feels lustful. She doesn't mind a little tumult. She doesn't mind wearing something special now and again, and isn't particularly interested in what others think of her. She doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living, and she doesn't handle stress well. She needs alcohol to get through the working day. She dreams of raising a family and personally values hard work. Doesn't care about art one way or another, and dreams of... Wow, okay. She likes brass, kunzite, and deer antler hiccups, and crossbows and helms and quivers and jute plants for their fibrous stems, and when possible, prefers to consume mackerel, radish wine, and pearl millet flour, and can't stand snails. And she's horrified after being haunted by the dead. And her mother is the Strangler, which is rather cool. And she learned about weaponsmithing recently, which is kind of cool. Welcome to the fortress. Not quite. It's not quite that simple, but theoretically the doctor can cover all positions, yes. And, oh, I need to cancel this order. Because I need extra hands. Like making traction benches, as an example. So now we have some pretty stressed out dwarves, which are Thykut, Suxul, Aerith, and that's it. Oh, yeah, there's only 3. There was 4 for a second there. Esteth and Ulan are also not super thrilled. Who's resting? Appears to be Aerith. But currently we are constructing that traction bench. The other thing that I need to do, like stat, is up here it needs to become a body pile. We'll just call this corpses for right now. And then right here I'm going to make a real quick corpse disposal thingy. This is just going to be for corpses. That's it. But let's say not dwarven corpses. And, remove all these. And we'll toss a minecart up there. Okay. The next thing I'm going to do, just to get ahead of this, before this becomes a problem, because it will inevitably become a problem, we go to standing orders, chores. Children don't do chores. Just turn them off. I do not want the kids hauling and there's migrants. Okay. Where are they in relation to the lower entrance? I'm just going to forbid all of this. Okay, so Ral the smoke zombie is still there. By the entrance. So they need to go for this one. So I'm going to go down here and I'm going to add a meeting area. I'm going to go over here and I'm going to lock this door. There's a eagle skeleton right there. All right, how do you figure, chat? Are any of the dwarves gonna make it? The first one here is a skilled gem cutter. Welcome to hell, yeah. Also, chat, can I get a big round of beers as good luck for these dwarves? And also, we've been a little lurky for the past hour. Maybe not hour, but last 30 minutes or so. If you guys want to help me, a very easy, free way that you can do that is just help this chat move. Oopsies, wrong button. Let's unpause. So he's an elk's dead body. It appears that Lycott is significantly more enthusiastic about moving forward than this dwarf is. A little bit petrified right there. You are a member of the Cinnamon Creed. Let's get a move on, dwarf. Is in conflict with something. Fuck knows what. Potentially was a bird of sorts. We scroll back up. We have a child chasing, whose parents are both running behind him, probably. There's Sazir, who has quite the family outside of this particular fort. But it appears that things are going south, as they are currently under attack by a lamb abominable zombie. Well, that's unfortunate. And also a baby llama abominable zombie. But certainly, our first dwarf appears to have made it. Olan, the lamb, has been struck down. The two dwarves who fought with it are tired, nauseous, and seriously injured, but do not appear to be infected. Lurking hard, working on Federated SSO today. Lots of terrible documentation. Ah, it's fine. I'm just, I'm just doing my job over here. It's don't worry about it too much, okay? It's there's also a pony coming over. As long as they don't get bit. If they survive, they're gonna need the hospital desperately. Oh yeah, well fortunately we just made a shitty one. I'm in an ad break right now, so I'm just gonna jump down here and actually just improve the hospital real quick. By that I mean chuck 2 extra beds in it and that traction bench that they hopefully finished making. Dress wound. Okay, so Esteth is being this one right here is being tended to. Also, Moldath, the Lucky got in. Oh wow, a bunch of them got injured in that last fight. Rakust, Moldath. Yeah. I also probably need a well, so let's just jump up to here real quick and just see if I can chuck a well up here. I don't have the stuff I need. So in that case, jump up here. Kinda. Okay, none of them have actually made it in just yet. First one did. Who is Lycott. This child is still running as quickly as he can. He's only 10 years old. His mother and father currently caught up in the fighting. None of them are actually dead just yet, although Fath is challenging a baby llama zombie. It's about to get worse. Doesn't look like any of them have been infected yet somehow, although Etur, Wheel Abbeys, has now been infected. Probably got bit by the llama. The baby llama struggles in vain against the Air-Taker. Yeah, they are now locked in combat. 2 more have been infected. It's simply the peasant at the back. Running forward is the child. Come on, child. Okay, so one's made it in, Weaver, as well as the child, who probably just witnessed his parents die. We've got Sazir, the peasant. Oh, no. Great Horned Owl appears. Let's, add the still living dwarves to this. Whew. Irel, the one with the... Oh, no, why'd you run past? Turn around. Let's just watch the door. The dwarves inside, waiting anxiously. Still at 28. Okay, Fath is still just a peasant, but is pretty surrounded by zombies at this point. Pretty surrounded by zombies. Erel has run pretty far south, but could still have a chance. Although the real problems have arrived. The baby llama was struck down. I think here we'll just wait and watch. It appears that Iral the woodworker may actually make it, having dodged around the Titan. Further up, Sazir's fallen.
Hello.
Gigmoth, what up, dude? This fort is nuts. Fast the Peasant is one of the few still alive on the surface. I'm starting to have my doubts that they'll make it, though. Lycott the Weaver. Okay, so currently it's Lycott, Iral. Let's just unpause a little longer as the Great Beast moves in. I think it's time to close the doors. Well, we did our best. We did what we could. 3 dwarves make it to safety. Keeping you from banging your head off the desk, that's good. Thanks for the prime, though, Gigmoth. Chat, don't forget to check your primes. Dwarf playing make-believe, waiting for their parents. Fortunately, they didn't need to witness the death of their parents. This dwarf's gonna have a hard time growing up. Peasant was found dead. Killed by a pony, I think. Yep. Everybody else is zombies. Locked in combat. What's up, Shinokage? How have you been? Saw you were streaming the other day. Hope things are good. All right. So now we just wait for the child. Dwarf gem setter. I'm sad that dwarf gem setter didn't make it in. Would have been nice to have a skilled gem setter. But our population rises, just in time to help us clean the bodies up. All right. I think maybe the actual smart way to do this would just be to go up to here and just drain some water down. Wouldn't be too hard to do. You go out an hour in advance and I get there 10 minutes early to the appointment and end up leaving 5 minutes early, all done. Then end up on the bus on time before appointment time? Oh, really? So you had a pretty long trip that you didn't necessarily need to take, I guess is what you're saying. Laid some ghosts to rest just now. So up here, track stop's done, that's done. And door is done. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go to, ooh, no, I'm not gonna do that. I'm gonna go here. I'm just gonna do this. And I'm gonna unforbid all bits and pieces and get these bodies removed, hopefully. And also go over to that exit over here. Yeah, okay, that tree's already been hacked down. Getting that constructed. And we're gonna get this filled up. Okay. Still got quite a few dwarves in the resting pile. I think a nicer hospital is one of the next things on the dues that we got to get done. And that, and this. And then this up here. And go over to this. I'm gonna smooth all of this except for this area in here. Just gonna dig that out. This is all gonna get fortified, and I'm just going to pen pasture animal up here before I forget. We can just have a puppy dog up here. I mean, if you want to have that more happen more often, you know, you can just like use custom world gen to make it shallower, but which is kind of what I did on this map. Magma sees it like extremely shallow. Okay, this finally got done. Let's just plant pigtails. Pigtails, and we'll just do plump helmets in the winter. Plump helmets and sweet pods, because I like sweet pods. Give us a little bit of variety here. Okay, right here, I'm just going to go along the top. Got to do the same thing up here. This right here can go across. Let's use tunnel tube. Doesn't matter too much. Shoot across the top here. One piece at a time. And all right, okay. Yeah, I can understand why that would bother you a little bit. You'd think that they would give you a more accurate timing, but I've definitely had to do stuff like that before where it's just like, oh yeah, no, you've got this like thing you got to go to, and it's like, it's an hour's trip, and it's like, oh yeah, no, it's a 10-minute ride. That's just always a little bit annoying. Like, I feel you. Let's just go right here and put that shield on display that I was going to do a while ago. I go here. Place some more shale. Just see how busy the fort is currently. Yeah, we need a water source. That is what we need. We need a water source. So I'm gonna just go up to here and we're just gonna go get us a water source. And by get us a water source, I mean literally just dig one out. As safely as possible. Of course, this whole thing is an aquifer, right? Okay. I need a bucket. Why am I typing in the wrong screen? Brain's just like, find screen to type in, and type in wooden bucket, and wooden bucket appears. Let's skip 10. What's the manager doing? Oh, I'm very, 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 very well acquainted with the minute how do I word this? With the minute knowledge base of how to not fuck up your waterworks. So don't you even worry about me. If you're worried about me, stop being worried about me, please. I don't need your concerns nor your advice on how to not fuck up waterworks. So do not worry about giving me any advice or assistance on how to not fuck up waterworks. I've probably taught most of this chat how to not fuck up waterworks. Yeah, it's literally just buckets. Buckets and maybe a chain. So I do not need your advice. All right. Thing I do want to know is where the heck did I put? Oh, there it is. Right. Let's just pause that. Let's just forbid both of these. I don't need that. Okay. LP Bean, you need to stop doing every other job. I need you to just be a manager right now. Make 2 wooden buckets. Let's make 3 wooden buckets. We have an artifact. Suxul. That's one of my soldiers. As soon as this job is done, I'm gonna fly up to here. I have a rope. Yes, I don't. Get to that stat. Funny canals between pseudo buildings and joined by bridges, but the tendency for crocs to snatch dwarves, well, just don't let crocs get into them. I mean, I would recommend using an aquifer if you want to do, like, artificial rivers and such. I'll be completely honest, I just wasn't thinking about it in this fort, because it's been a while since I've just not had access to standing water. Like, this cavern layer probably has it somewhere in there, but I don't really want to explore the whole thing because it's huge. Okay. I think that's all that I need. Okay, good. I don't know what makes it funny, per se, but... although I think that's just kid slang these days. Okay, so the next thing I need to do is go into here, and let's just... in case you can't tell, I have a couple of jobs. I have a couple of construction jobs, so... just gonna go through the ever longer Listerixter. I do need that door done, though. Because a lot of this stuff, while it needs to be done, it's like pretty low priority. Where is this stuff? Okay, this can all just get canceled. We can do that later. That doesn't need to be done. Then I can fly up to here, and then we can go watch that strange mood once this gets started. Once it gets started, keyword there. Of course, they're constructing the few that I missed. Come on. Pause collecting webs, don't need that. Everybody's just putting thing in stockpile. Hey. Okay, let's just go up to... this and shrinkify it considerably. All right, now can someone go do it, please? It's almost like it's like not allowed. It's almost like they're not allowed to go here, but they certainly are. So I don't know what's up with that. Come on, please. There you go. Salva's constructing it. Sweet. Uh-oh. My miner's in a strange mood. They haven't claimed an item just yet. Okay, well, okay. What is your highest mutable skill? Here I would presume gem cutting. But I'm not entirely sure. I realize I'm just super focused right now, but I do not need a single dwarf to die, so. Sorry for the lack of chat activity, or chat interactivity. Oh, I see you're hauling something already. You have the place you need. I don't know why it's not completed there. What year are we in? 358 or 2024, depending on what the question. If you type an exclamation point goal, it'll show you the start years. How's the day treating you? Chat keeps being all lurky, but aside from that, pretty okay. It's not as hot as previous days, which is nice. This embark is nuts. You should try it. It's really difficult to get your dwarves into the fort. It's like the hardest part. Anyway, chat room, can I get a round of beers? I need chat to move every so often, otherwise I start to think my internet disconnected. Okay. Now I stare at this, and I just pause, and I hit this, and we go water source. And that'll help for now. Give water. That's what I need to see. Intro acting? Well, you mean letting streamer dying? Because that's all that means. A quiet chat is a dying chat. You never need to apologize for lurking. Feel free to continue lurking. It just means I need to do better to attract more people. And also be more entertaining to keep chat talking. It's entirely my own fault. No fault of yours. He's attending a meeting.
Bring out your dead!
There we go. Now we can get them tended to. Are you not entertained? Yes. Certainly hope so. What's the rush for the well? You need a well in order for your hospital to function. That's why. The last thing I needed right now was dwarves dying. Again, their mysterious construction. They have claimed, oh boy, 2 shale blocks, obsidian. I didn't even know I had obsidian. 2 pieces of shale, brillet, cut, picture, jaspers, and of course, single cut, pyrites. Apparently we're out of sweet pods. Well, time to go harvest some sweet pods. You're playing too? No, totally. But as I say before, it's purely me pointing out that I need to be better. I need to be a better streamer. Because a quiet chat just implies that I'm not doing a very good job of interacting. It also implies a lot of things, but... Okay. Let's get as many of these construction tasks done quickly as possible. Revan Metals, thanks for the Prime sub. The brand new Prime sub.
Cheese cheered. X100. What's the weirdest thing that happened to you in DF?
You know, people one day will realize, and this day's never going to come, the world will end first, that those questions are really, really difficult to answer because it's a matter of opinion. Chat, what's the weirdest thing that's happened to you in DF? For me, probably this embark. If I'm being honest. Probably this embark that you're watching right now. It's up there. Demonoid the Butcher, working in the constructions. You know, actually, I'm just going to go up to here. I'm going to cancel all these, because I can just do those later. When we actually have free time. Still working on the wooden buckets. Checking in on the hospital. There's only one dwarf still in the hospital. Who needs a mobilization. So that would be up to the bone doctor, Olon. Who is currently trying to yell at somebody in charge. Suxel the miner. Oh, shit. Has created Lamadrill, an obsidian statue of Reg Portal Start, and offers it to the Fetid Cradle. The name of any fortress is up here. This one is Godly Tombs. Yeah, exactly. That too. There's way too many things to, like, really recall one, nor, like, factor them into, like, a list. Because this is literally just a strange... Really? Is it actually a Mega Man villain, or are you just making that up? You know, another really weird thing was when chat was talking about Pokemon for some strange reason, and I found a location called Bulbous Soar in Dwarf Fortress, and we all had a good laugh. Reg Portal Start. Who is Reg Portal Start? I wonder. It's an obsidian statue of Reg Portal Start. All craft ship is of the highest quality. The item is a massively designed image of Reg, the dwarf, in obsidian by Suxul. Reg Portal Start is laboring. The artwork relates to the settling of Reg Portal Stars in Godly Tombs in 257. Okay. Wasn't that one of the ones that didn't make it? It is encrusted with cushioned shale cabochons and encircled with bands of round shale cabochons and pyrite cabochons. On the item is an image of a large emerald cut gems in obsidian. What? Wasn't that a zombie?